Good morning. The Sabres get their third win in a row last night, routing the Pittsburgh Penguins 7-3. Yuri Kulich scored twice for the Sabres. The other goals were scored by Tage Thompson, Peyton Krebs, Tyson Kozak, Matthias Samuelsson, and Alex Tuck. Sabres back in action tomorrow on the road against the Philadelphia Flyers for a 1 o'clock faceoff. One of the top picks in the NFL draft reportedly won't be working out at his pro day today. Drew Rosenhaus, the agent of Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter, told Adam Schefter of ESPN yesterday that the player won't be working out at the team's pro day because he is reportedly still recovering from a shoulder injury that he sustained in the team's game against Boise State. Carter is projected to go in the top 3 of this year's draft, with many mocks showing him going to the Cleveland Browns. March Madness got back underway last night with a ton of high-scoring action. Number 1, Duke took down number 4, Arizona, 100-93. Number 2, Alabama demolished number 6, BYU, 113-88. 1-seeded Florida beat 4-seed Maryland, 87-71. And number 3, Texas won a close game in overtime over number 10, Arkansas, 85-83. 4 more games coming up tonight to set the Elite 8. At 7 o'clock, you can hear 2-seed Michigan take on 6-seed Ole Miss right here on WGR. And following that game, you can listen to 1-seed Auburn take on 5-seed Michigan at 9:45. Also in action tonight, 2-seed Tennessee takes on 3-seed Kentucky at 7:39. Rounding out the night is 1-seed Houston as they take on 4-seed Purdue at 10:09. Coverage of the NCAA Championship tournament on WGR and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Yesterday was the opening day for MLB, but today is the opening day for the Buffalo Bisons. The Bisons take on the Rochester Red Wings this afternoon with a first pitch of 2:05. You can hear all of that game with Pat Malacaro on the call on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
And it'll find its way over center where Benson, Tage Thompson's got a 2-on-1, holds it, drags it, scores! Dolin, couple of nice shake and bake moves at the blue line. Now it's Connor Clifton, sends it to the net, scores! Peyton Krebs. Puck comes up the near wall. Byram for Tage Thompson, drops it for Byram, creeps in, scores! Follow up on the play by Yuri Kulich. Sabres back in the Pittsburgh zone here as Dolin will leave it for Roseanne. Far circle shot, scores! Great pass and a finish by Samuelsson. Byram out of the corner. Kulich up top. Scores! Sabres with a nice takeaway here. And Nedeljkovic can't handle the rebound. Kozak bangs it in. Buffalo gaining the zone here. Maybe another push. Yes, there is. Alex Tuck scores! Raining goals in Buffalo.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Wow, that goal horn got a workout last night. And it was over and over and over, second period especially. Sabres win 7-3. Good morning. It's a Friday. Sal is in. Jeremy off today. I'll be off next week. It's my final day before a week off. Traveling down to Charlotte. We're going to stop in D.C. on the way.
All right.
You're going to Florida.
I'll be leaving for the NFL owners meetings Sunday morning. It's in West Palm Beach.
And I'm leaving tomorrow, and I think from what I know about the two of us, that neither one of us have packed a single thing yet.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
100% correct.
Not a single thing.
No.
Haven't thought about what I'm packing yet.
That's exact. The only thing I've thought about is they have a party on Monday night for everybody who's there. This is, you walk into this thing, you have to have either a credential or work for a team or the league.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite, maybe the favorite event that I attend every year in the NFL. And we're talking the owners' meetings are at the best hotel you could imagine in whatever city, right? So in this case, it's the Breakers in West Palm Beach. Mm-hmm. And you walk out on the lawn, and it's this huge, incredible space, and it's all incredible food, drinks everywhere, and it doesn't matter. GMs, coaches, league executives, and media, and you just talk to people. And just hang out with people.
Networking.
All
around.
And for that, you look nice, right? Mm-hmm. You don't have to, it's not black tie.
This isn't the you wear all white to the party, right?
No, that's not it.
That's one of those
I did that
parties
on the
that
cruise.
Brady goes to in like California.
Yeah, I did that on a cruise, by the way, recently. But
really? Okay.
In this, it's more like you got to wear a jacket, collar shirt, jacket. But
Yep.
That's the only thing I've thought about. Like, all right, which jacket for the party?
What am I
this
wearing
year?
to that party?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
the only thing I've thought about.
Yeah. That's the hotel where the owners are staying at, or where everybody's staying at? The owners are staying at.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'd
So
love
that's one
to
of those
stay there,
places that were like, I'd walk in like, I would never stay here. This is crazy nice.
But what's really cool,
nice.
Joe, is whether it's in Orlando, it's at the Ritz. In Arizona, we've been out there. It's at the Biltmore.
Okay.
And here this year, it's at West Palm Beach at the Breakers.
Okay.
And what is cool is, even though like I won't stay there as a member of the media, we could be there all day and just hang out, and you kind of have free reign of the hotel to go where you need to go, and you can go have lunch there, whatever. And there's all the conference rooms, so you can be there the whole time. Heck, maybe I'll sleep on the floor. I don't know.
Well, owners' meetings are next week, and we'll get to some of the stuff that is on the docket. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. Sal's heading down there for the week. Baseball yesterday. The Bisons in action today. We'll talk to Pat Malacaro a little bit later. I think we'll see. The rain is in the forecast, but
Looking better.
Looking better than it did maybe at times yesterday that we
Yeah,
thought
because
it would.
I'm going to the game. We have a
Yeah?
yeah. We're going with some friends. It's one of my son's friends' birthdays.
Okay.
So we're actually going to the game later, and we kept looking at it, going, man, how about this rain? But got to bundle up a little bit.
I thought about going to the game just by myself. Like, I was texting my brother. Like, obviously he's working. Like, you're not working from home or whatever today. Like, and get out of it. You just want to go hang out at the Bison's game. Like, even if nobody else is like around, or they're obviously doing their jobs at 2:00 in the afternoon. Like, just go and sit. I thought about though. I'm reading at least one book a month for this year. So
I like that.
I'm like, can I walk into the stadium with a book?
That'll be 12 more books than I read this year.
I mean, it's 12 more books than I've read in 10 years. I'm like, can I just... What are the rules on that? I don't know if anyone's ever tried to do that to at least... I mean, a football game, I know I've never tried to do that. Can I just walk into the ball game with a book?
Why not?
There's no reason why they wouldn't let me, right?
No, when you
That's
walk
not
in,
on the list of
I don't think so. No,
prohibited items.
No, when you walk into the game, they look inside your bag or whatever else. You put it through the scanner, the screening machine.
Yeah.
A book is fine, I'm pretty darn sure. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be.
For a Bison's game especially. Yeah. If it was a Bills game, I might think they'd say to the person with the book, you're not reading that book in here. You're planning to like throw paper up in the air or something.
What if it's A.J.
right?
Brown, though?
Well, if it's A.J. Brown, then it should be... Maybe he's normalized books at football games. So I did think about that. I am also reading Moneyball right now, so it would be pretty funny if I showed up at a baseball game reading that one.
People would think you're an aspiring GM.
Yeah, they might.
Now, your point here brings up something interesting for me, which is you're talking about going alone.
Yeah.
I think that's great, and it's cool. Now, I've done a lot of things alone. Even like before I was married, but even since. But one of the reasons why my wife will tell you that she married me and said, "Oh yeah, this guy I think is a good guy."
Yeah.
That I would when we were dating, she'd be like, "What did you do last night?" Or we first met, I should say. We were talking. What did you do last night? I said, "Went to the movies." She said, "Who'd you go with?" I said, "Nobody." What do you mean? You went alone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went alone. I went alone to the movies.
Yep.
And she's like, that's a confident guy, I guess. I don't know. That's a story. That wasn't the reason I told her.
Who cares?
But I used to go to the movies alone.
I went to see Oppenheimer for the first time by myself.
I love it.
Middle of the day. And for me, especially, like, maybe this is a little bit for you too now, where if your day is open in the middle and everybody else is doing something, like they're at their normal jobs, then, like, Oppenheimer's out. I want to see it. I'm not waiting. I'm just going to go. I can go see it.
Yeah.
If it's really good and I want to see it a second time, then I'll go see it a second time. But I'm going to go. I'm not waiting around.
I went to Vegas for 4 days by myself.
See, now that's more than I've done by myself. I don't know that I would do a trip by myself.
But I will tell you,
I'm sure it was super fun.
It was, and yeah, it's great going with friends. I've gone with friends.
Yeah.
Going by myself, I could do anything I want. I met some people at the pool. They're like, "Hey, you want to come out to dinner with us?" Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe this wouldn't be near what you're talking about, going to Vegas. But like, just drive up to Toronto one day during the season. Just for a ball game by myself. Just
like
go see the Blue Jays and whoever at some point during the year. Or Pittsburgh might be a little more for a day, little much for a day trip back and forth. It's a lot of driving, and then a baseball game in between. Like that's a lot. But I could see myself doing that this year. Just right. Who cares? Just there's no.
Have you ever gone to a Sabres game by yourself?
I've not done that.
Other than,
No.
see, if you think about it, I would say, yeah, I have, because I've gone using a credential. It's by myself.
Yeah.
But you're sitting up in the press box with people, but
Yeah.
how about just sitting in the stands?
No, not in the stands.
You kind of have
Haven't done.
You
in
almost
the
have to have a
stands.
person to go with for that.
Yeah, you need somebody to share in the misery sometimes.
Not as much
but
misery.
not lately.
That last night was nice.
Not lately. The Sabres win big last night, and they're winning at home a lot lately. I said earlier in the week, hey, you know what the bar is at this point for the season, because everyone's demoralized by it, and no one cares about the bottom of the standings. This isn't a draft where it's that meaningful anyway, so who cares? So, like, if you catch Pittsburgh, you catch Pittsburgh. Whatever. It's 3% in the lottery. No one cares. Just don't have people leaving the arena upset. That's it. That's your bar for the remainder of the year. In your home games, just have it be a good night out for people. That's it. And last night would have absolutely been that. And Tuesday would have been that against Ottawa. And Vegas would have been that last week when they come back and win at the end with 12 seconds to go. Darlene scores. I mean, they have not lost a home game since March 8th. One home loss on the season, it looks like, or on the month against the Panthers, where they lost 4-0. So otherwise, they've been really good at home. Their home record is actually pretty good. We have not discussed the Sabres. Whenever we bring you on, obviously we're talking about the Bills or we're talking about, rule stuff in the NFL. They are 19-14-3 on the season at home. Terrible on the road. I don't know if it's meaningful to you at all that there are these sectors where you can kind of, you can rule out other areas of play and go, oh, they actually are. They're good in this spot, so they're good at home. They have a good home record. They're better than some playoff teams are at home on the year. They are really good in the first period. If I don't count the second and third, they're really good in the first period. They are really good at 5-on-5. But then I've got these other things that are dragging it down. They're terrible on the road. They're terrible on the power play. They had the 13-game losing streak. So I don't know where you are on the season as a whole. I don't know how many places you really could be other than demoralized. But I don't know. You feel any hope going forward from what you're seeing? I mean, the win last night, might help a little, but
yeah, but I get in this spot almost every year at this time, and I always say, well, what does it matter? Mm-hmm. And it's the late season push in games that really don't matter. And the teams they're playing a lot of times, like last night, Pittsburgh, they're kind of in free fall mode. They don't care necessarily as an organization where they are this year. So it's hard to realistically get myself to, yeah, I hope, and this looks good for next year. But it's hard not to when you see young players like Yuri Kulik playing the way he's playing.
Yeah.
And you get these moments and these games and these stretches where, yeah, this is what it's supposed to look like. Okay, so now you have the pieces. Let's run this into next year. But once the season ends, it doesn't matter. You start over next year, and you could have another 13-game winless streak or 10-game winless streak. Yeah. It is amazing. I know we've done the math on this, but think about this for a second. It's just incredible for me to think about. In the 13-game winless streak, how many points did they get in the 13-game winless streak?
Ooh, was it like 3?
They got 3.
Yeah, it was
they had 3 points. They lost 3 games in either shootout or overtime.
Yeah.
Let's just say all 3 of those games they wound up winning in a shootout or overtime. That's only 3 more points.
Yeah.
Right? Then you just win 2 more games. Just win 2 more games. Mm-hmm. That's 4 more points. That's a total of 7. Joe, add 7 points on to where they are right now.
2 points out of the playoffs is what that would be. They're thoroughly in the race. In the race.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. Yes, 13-game winless streak, and we talk about if they would have won half of them. I'm not even talking about half of them.
Yeah, half of them would be in a spot.
Yeah, I'm not. All I'm talking about is get the other point in the 3 games you lost,
yeah,
and then just win 2 more games in regulation. And you're literally in a spot to possibly grab a playoff spot in the next couple weeks.
Yeah. Looking back on that streak, that really is, like, you hear... I saw some of the quotes from Lindy and Kevin Adams at this Blue and Gold Insights they did the other night, which was season ticket holders at the arena, opportunity to ask questions. And, of course, that's one of them. But Lindy talked about this on Tuesday after he gets his 600th win, and it might have been Matt Beauvais in the post-game presser that asked him about, the disappointment of the year and, like, more so wanting to get it right, wanting to fix it. And Lindy talking about how he badly wants to fix it.
Yeah.
And he compared it to, in this way, it's true because he hasn't driven the car in a while. He compared it to a car you haven't driven in a while, and you drive it, and then you look under the hood to see what's wrong with it before you get back in the driver's seat. And that might feel like where he is right now. And he talked about the 13-game losing streak. He brought it up on his own. They brought it up on their own at the Blue and Gold Insights. Like, to me, the coach and the GM have both sounded like they really feel like it was just that streak.
Yep.
And they both, to their credit, you don't often get this from Adams or maybe just GMs in general, showing real regret before a season is really even over about, I should have done something different. And saying that publicly, saying
is that what Adams
openly.
said and has said, right?
Adams has said, like, yeah, maybe I should have called somebody up to try to mix up the group, or maybe I should have made a trade. Like, he kind of admitted to that. So, and they didn't do anything during that streak.
It'll be figured out. The answer's in the room. Remember that.
Yes, right.
But it'll get figured out in its own.
Terry flew to Montreal, and it was the answer is in this room, and then they got pummeled 6-1 the next night, which was one of the most embarrassing nights on the year, especially since the owner had just been there. You know, that streak. One thing that might be forgotten about that streak a lot. Remember, began with didn't I think officially begin. Maybe there was a loss before this. They're up 4-1 against Colorado. They have a 3-goal, was it even 4-goal lead? They had a 3 or a 4-goal lead against the Avalanche at home. And they're still up, I think, 2 going into the third period. And then Dahlin gets hurt. Dahlin got hurt. He missed the rest of that third period. The Avalanche came back and tied it. Then he missed, it was 9 of the next 10, 10 of the next 11. He missed almost the whole streak. And that might be forgotten. That your best player was out for 13 games. That is not to absolve them of that streak, which pretty much killed the season. I mean, you just did the math. You don't even have to give them much from that streak, and they're in the playoff race. And we're all feeling pretty good about where they're at, if that's true. But Dahlin being out maybe showed they're a little too reliant on a couple of their best players still. Mm-hmm. They're a little too reliant on Dahlin. If he can leave the lineup like that for 3 weeks and you can't win a single hockey game, when Thompson leaves the lineup, they look like a team that can't score goals at all. And maybe that's changing a little bit. Kulich is showing an ability, but I think they are still a team that is very reliant on a couple of guys that are that are more consistent than the rest. Didn't
we go into the year kind of knowing they're a little top heavy? And yes, the floor was raised a bit in the bottom 6, but you know, you had questions. If you had any injuries, your depth was going to be tested. Yeah, I think that was really a lot of what people thought, and sure enough, that's what happened. But you're right, even maybe more so than what they thought, that they've been too reliant on their top guys, their top scorers.
And I think Lindy's gonna be back next year.
I do too.
At least he's talking like
when he says, "I want to fix it."
Yeah, because that to me there were 2 ways he's not the coach next year. One, which was the one that I considered more likely, not more likely than not, just more likely than the alternative, is that he would just say, "Yeah, I don't want to do this again. You know, I'm going to retire. I'm at an age where that would be completely acceptable anyway, and it was a tiring process throughout the year. I'm going to walk away." That to me wouldn't have been stunning at all. It would be stunning now considering how he's sounded about it recently. The other way he wouldn't be the coach is if Adams is about to get fired. And that's a tough one to gauge. You don't really have the best way to do it. Paul has said this because you don't hear from the owner on the Sabres, so there's not really any media comments to read into and try to figure out from that like what he's thinking. The only thing you can really read into, and Paul said this, is he was allowed to make the Norris Cousins trade at the deadline.
Right. Yes.
And would you let him make that trade if you thought at that time, well, I'm getting rid of him in 2 months as the GM?
I think more signs are pointing to him being back than not because of everything you just said. I agree with that. But if you want to go down that road, I could make the case that him being allowed to make that trade doesn't factor because maybe that's something him and the owner had talked about already for a while. Mm-hmm. Maybe when you make a trade like that, you're going to involve and tell ownership what's going on. I mean, it's just you're going to do that. It's a core guy.
In the Sabres embedded video that they dropped 2 days ago, it's like 15 minutes behind the scenes of the deadline. Like 30 seconds of it was Adams on the phone, on speakerphone with Terry, talking about the trade.
So how do we know that maybe for a month or 2 months leading up, it wasn't, hey, we got to shake up the core. I really could wind up dealing Dylan Cousins. And he gets blessings from Terry to say, okay, I mean, if you have to do that, just let me know what's going on. So it's not a shock that you get to the deadline, and it's not that, well, I'm going to let you do what you need to do. It's more like, I know what he's doing.
Yeah.
You could make that case.
Yeah, no, you're right. You could. So we'll see. Like I said, it's hard to gauge. I would agree with you. I think it's more likely he is back. I do think it's possible he's not, though. I've not seen any update on the Jarmo Kekalainen poking around Sabres Twitter thing. I
have no idea what that is.
Okay, so former Blue Jackets GM Jarmo Kekalainen, who was their GM for 10 years, just got fired like a year ago. Maybe like the first name that comes up when you think of experienced GMs available. He's following the Buffalo News guys on Twitter, and they're the only beat reporters in the league that he's following. And he followed another Joe Marino from Sabres Twitter, and then Joe called it out on Twitter, and then Jarmo unfollowed him because he got called out on it. So, but that could literally just be guy wants to be a GM in the league again, and he's thinking, well, I'll follow them because let me see what's going on in Buffalo.
I tell you, I think I've told you this before. Here, I'm just a beat reporter for a team. I get followed by personnel people from the NFL every year because they want to find out what's going on with the team they're playing.
Right.
Around the league. And I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Yeah, no.
But I've noticed a couple years ago, I'm just bumping around. I look, I'm like, hey, who's this guy? 49ers profile. He was a 49ers executive. And he was following me.
Do you remember ever having that happen? This would, I'm sure, be before Bean and McDermott, because now you wouldn't think this way. Did that ever happen to you, like during the drought, and think, "Ooh, I wonder if that's something more than just guy is wanting to see what's going on with the Bills"?
No.
The way, like I just kind of mentioned Jarmo Kekalainen for this. Like, I wonder he might be interested in the Sabre job.
Only players I thought that about. I would have a player follow me during the drought and think, are the players listening to what we're saying? They want to know what's going on.
Oh, a player like on the team?
A player on the team.
Interesting.
A player on the team. Like they want to start paying attention more to what we're saying, maybe about their future, what the team's doing, something like that. But during the drought, nothing like that ever particularly happened.
All right. Well, Sabres win yesterday, 7-3. By the way, very quick word on the Penguins. They are so cooked. Not just this year.
Now and the future.
Like
immediate future, at least.
I would bet. This might sound crazy because they still do have Crosby. I think I would bet on the Sabres getting good way before I would bet on the Penguins getting good. It's just the Penguins' age. Like they're bad. They're really bad. And here are the ages of the Pittsburgh Penguins' top scorers. Crosby. They really are wasting the end of his career because, and this isn't just this year, it's been for a couple of years, he's still awesome. He leads the league in even strength points at 37 years old. He's more than McDavid, number one in hockey.
Point per game, 20 straight point per game seasons.
Yeah,
breaks the NHL record.
That's insane. Here are the ages of their leading scorers: 37, 31, 32, 34, 38, 31, 29, 37, 32.
Wow.
That's their top 9 scorers. One guy under 30, and he's 29. And they have no prospects.
And they don't have great goaltending.
They don't have great goaltending. They don't have even, like here you have, like I'm not optimistic about Jack Quinn right now. Like it hasn't looked great all year, but what is he, 22, 23? The Sabres have a group of guys where it's like, okay, well, maybe this guy, because he's at an age where they haven't figured it out yet, maybe he'll take a step. There aren't guys in that pocket of age for the Penguins. They don't have any group of 23, 24-year-olds that are like, well, maybe that guy will take a step up.
So who are we trading to the Penguins in the offseason? What are you getting back? So that's the answer.
What do you want? You want Crosby?
That's not happening.
No,
he's going to play one more year maybe at his 8.7. Is it 1 year or 2? He signed the extension. Did it include this year?
I think it's 2.
2 from this year?
Do you have an appreciation for Crosby? Because this is not that common in today's sports world anymore. I mean, Brady left. Crosby is very much playing it as I'm Penguins till I die.
Oh,
because a lot of athletes now are if I get a shot, if it's not working here, and even if I've been in this organization for 20 years, and I can have a chance to go somewhere else and try to win one more championship, then all right, I'm going to leave. Crosby is just, it seems like he's just playing it as, I am not lining up in another uniform for my career.
I would say, yes, that makes sense, and it feels right. But I'm just going to look to make sure he signed this contract extension that takes him 2 more years. So
okay.
the end of his contract is 26-27.
He'll be 39, I think, yeah.
Absolutely would not rule it out that at the trade deadline in that year that he could get moved, and because he says, I just want to win one more cup, but obviously I'm a Penguin for life.
You might be right. I guess you see a lot. There was a thing about the Avalanche this year, how like the Avalanche, McKinnon and Crosby are close. They are from the same hometown, I think, or if not, they're close to it. And Avalanche people like wanting Crosby, and it's, at least this is from Penguins media, it's like he'll never leave. He'll never, ever, ever, ever leave. Like, don't even waste your breath about it. That might be just how you operate in general without knowing, but you see a very aggressive pushback anytime it's mentioned. Like, oh, that it's not working here. Will he go on to chase a cup somewhere else?
Joe, about 6-7 years ago, I remember on this radio station, I said this about Brady, that look,
he'll never.
Look, this is how it ends. Sometimes you go somewhere else. Mm-hmm. It happened with Joe Montana, right? It happened with Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Everybody says it's not going to, but it kind of always ends like that. It always ends badly. So don't be surprised. And then there was the article that was written. I don't even think it was Seth Wickersham. It might have been before that. But there was a quote from Brady's dad that even said something like, "It always ends like that. So eventually that might happen." But there are people just totally dismissing. There's no way he'll ever play for another team. That's what happens. The only guy I could think of that.
Yeah, who didn't it end like that for
Jeter.
Recently? Jeter. Yeah, Jeter.
And Jeter at the end had a couple opportunities, he said, that it could have gone like that, but it didn't.
Kobe, too.
Kobe.
And the Lakers were bad at the end.
Yep.
And he didn't leave. He's there when he scores 60 in his final game. So, Jeter and Kobe. Can't think of a football one recently.
A football one, Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh, okay, sure.
I mean, it depends on what level and high level you want to put the guy.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, and who it is.
Right, because Crosby's on another level.
Sure.
He's Mount Rushmore.
Sure,
level.
but I mean, there are guys like that. But I just, that's why I say I would never rule it out. I mean, you get 2 years from now, and Crosby's just kind of dragging these guys to 9th place in the conference, and it's just, come on, what am I doing? I'm 39. And then he has a chance to go play with McKinnon maybe or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it for the final 2 months.
You watched it, by the way. The Penguins finally get bad. They're going to win the lottery this year. Get the first overall pick just to spark it all back up again.
I know. I'm not into the prospects this year. Is there a generational guy?
I'm not really either, but I couldn't tell you really the names at the top, but I know enough to know there isn't. No.
His name's James Higgins. That's the guy that's projected 1 overall. He's good, but he's not like.
Right. I've seen recently though that he might be falling to like 3rd or 4th.
Oh,
so even there's at least a debate about who the first guy even is.
Well, then that's different than a lot of years where it's McDavid, it's Matthews. That's not the case.
No,
it's
not
Bedard, not this year.
No.
Next year though, there's a guy. His name's Gavin McKenna.
Next year, don't get me started.
I'm just saying, he's the cousin of Connor Bedard. He's put up like 140 points in the WHL.
Is he related to Sean McKenna, former Buffalo Sabre?
It's possible.
I need to go look at that now. See.
It's way too early for me in the morning to be talking 2026 NHL draft.
This guy is he's just crazy, okay? Like, he's playing for the Medicine Hat Tigers. He's got 129 points in 56 games.
Chances are we're going to be back here in a year talking about this kid.
Oh, my God. Please no. Please no.
What are the chances of that? They're 50-50. Maybe they're not 100.
Today is my first day of actually hosting a full show and saying hello to the bullpen now. So hi, bullpen.
Yes, Sal, welcome to the bullpen.
I love that you guys nicknamed it the bullpen. We got a lot of people. I do watch the show on YouTube.
Yeah,
and I watch the afternoon show on YouTube.
Me too.
It's so great to watch.
The afternoon show on YouTube.
And sometimes I'll just keep the audio on. Because you can do that in the background. But I love watching it. I see a lot of you in the bullpen. Thank you very much. We got the sports man who comes in all the time. AC Man 319 who's there.
He's a regular.
Coach Chris Curtis. I know it says Coach Drunk Chris Curtis. I hope you're not a drunk coach. That's all I want to tell you. DJ is in there, Kevin. So thank you. And I do see you, and you guys say hello. And I'm trying to do the job, but I appreciate it. But today's the first day. So if you have never gone to the YouTube stream, check us out at WGR 550 on YouTube. And I've been saying this for a while, Joe. Canadian listeners. This is the finally a way for them to watch or listen to the show.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't do it on the app, which has been shut down in Canada for years.
Yeah.
And now we finally get our Canadian listeners back. They can watch and listen through YouTube.
Yeah, super cool. So yeah, be sure to check it out. We'll check in on the chat in a little bit. They were talking about something baseball related that I had written down to get to today. So opening day yesterday, the tournament got fired back up yesterday too, and there was a great ending. It happened really late though, so I was asleep for Arkansas and Texas Tech.
Me too.
Big comeback at the end, went to overtime. So tournament's back up. Coach Cal's tourney is done, though. Got some Bills stuff to get to. The draft is under a month away. We've got the league owners meetings. A lot to get to here on a Friday. Sal Capaccio is in for Jeremy White. 803-0550, the phone number if you'd like to get in here on WGR.
Sabres rout the Pittsburgh Penguins last night, 7-3, winning their third straight. Yuri Kulik scores twice, while the other Sabres goals are scored by Tage Thompson, Peyton Krebs, Tyson Kozak, Matthias Samuelsson, and Alex Tuck. Sabres back in action tomorrow on the road against Philadelphia at 1 o'clock. March Madness got back underway last night. Number 1 Duke takes down number 4 Arizona 100-93. Number 2 Alabama demolished number 6 BYU 113-88. 1 seed Florida beat 4 seed Maryland 87-71, and number 3 Texas Tech won a close game in overtime over number 10 Arkansas 85-83. 4 more games coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear 2 seed Michigan take on 6 seed Ole Miss. Michigan State, take on 6 seed Ole Miss right here on WGR. Following that game, you can also listen to 1 seed Auburn take on 5 seed Michigan at 9:45. Also in action tonight, 2 seed Tennessee takes on 3 seed Kentucky at 7:39, and rounding out the night, 1 seed Houston takes on 4 seed Purdue at 10:09. Coverage of the NCAA Championship on WGR and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Yesterday was the opening day for the MLB, but today is opening day for the Bisons. The Bisons take on the Rochester Red Wings this afternoon with first pitch at 2:05. You can hear all of that game with Pat Malacaro on the call on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Wall, Byram for Tage Thompson, drops it for Byram, creeps in, scores! Follow up on the play by Yuri Kulik, and it's 3-1 Buffalo.
Kulik would score again for his 13th and 14th goals of the season. It's one of your Firth moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Sabres win 7-3 over the Penguins. They are likely going to escape last place in the Eastern Conference by season's end, which they have not been. They have not been out of last place in the East since the middle of December. I think it was December 13th was the last date that they weren't in last in the East. They are 1 point behind Philadelphia now with 3 games in hand. Flyers, by the way, getting rid of John Tortorella yesterday. Parting ways, mutual, I saw every terminology used, but Tortorella is out in Philly. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. Sal Capaccio is along for the ride. Baseball started yesterday. The Yankees started with a win. Good for them.
It was
with a catcher leading off.
A little bit harrowing at the end. Mm-hmm. They just traded for their closer, Williams, from the Brewers, where they played. Mm-hmm. He comes in the ninth with a 4-1 lead, and they load the bases with no outs.
Wow.
And then they finally get out. They get a sac fly. They score. Okay. And they were able to get out of it. But did you know what happened with the catcher leading off?
No.
He had a home run.
On the opening
first. Did he? First batter of the game.
Did not see that.
Yeah, so wow. Austin Wells became the first catcher to ever lead off in a game for the Yankees, I believe.
Okay.
They've never had a catcher lead off in a game. And then he became the first Yankee ever to hit a home run on opening day to lead off the game.
Yeah. I saw yesterday you asked that about when's the last time a catcher anywhere has led off. Mm-hmm. One of my buddies did text me that I think he thought Joe Mauer used to do it for Minnesota.
Maybe. I mean, he was a great athlete.
Yeah. But right, that's rare. It's very rare that a catcher bats leadoff. So very cool that he got a home run off the top. The other thing baseball-wise I wanted to bring up real quick here, because there were a couple interesting things that happened yesterday. Like Paul Skeens pitches for Pittsburgh, and it goes exactly how I'd expect. He was awesome, right? And then he leaves, and they give up runs, and they lose to the Marlins.
Soto gets a base hit, his first at-bat with the Mets.
There you go.
They wind up losing on a walk-off win by the Marlins.
Yeah. There are two things that I'm interested by yesterday in baseball. One is Mike Trout.
Okay.
He's just going to go his whole career never winning? That's really going to happen, right? He's 30. He's 33 now.
That we were talking about that could be never go anywhere else.
I couldn't believe that result when I saw it yesterday. It's one game out of 160 plus, but the White Sox, who have the lowest over/under in the league this year by far, with 51.5, they beat the Angels 8-1. Trout's just never gonna be playing in meaningful games his whole career, and it's kind of amazing. That's one thing. The other thing is Are the Dodgers going to be like another level of supervillain this year in baseball? Like I hear a lot of all the money they spend, and it's unfair how they do it, and they're doing it because the CBA is coming up, and they know they can with deferred money. They're taking all the good players away. Are the Dodgers? Have they reached another level of villain where there's more of a anyone but the Dodgers mentality? Yes. I feel like this year in that sport.
I agree. I think yes, it's it happens with dynasties, great teams.
Yeah.
I think we're here with the Chiefs. Anyone but the Chiefs.
Yes.
It's become that in football. I do think there's a sentiment of that. It's not just because they win. It's also because of what you said. They are finding a way that other teams simply can't do, but it's totally legal to pay players and get the best by deferring money. Ohtani is making like $1 million a year.
It's crazy.
And then after he retires, he's going to make a lot more money. Mm-hmm. Like Barry Bonds still makes $1 million a year now. Not Barry Bonds, Bobby Bonilla, sorry. Bobby Bonilla makes $1 million a year now from the Mets from 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? Baseball, you're allowed to defer money and say, we'll pay you when your career is over, and it doesn't go on the luxury tax, which isn't even a salary cap.
And then he gets a better tax rate, so it works out for him too.
So, yes, but most teams can't do that. They're not willing to do that.
Yeah.
And, yes, on top of that, they win.
Because baseball, and this has always been true, hasn't it? It's the sport where it's mostly about how much is your owner willing to spend.
Yes, but
because I mean the Pirates, and I talked to Josh Goldberg yesterday, who covers the Blue Jays, and we talked a little bit about that with him. Like the Blue Jays aren't cash poor; they are compared to the Dodgers. But they were trying to figure out a contract with Vlad Guerrero Jr., so we were talking about the money, and he made a comment in passing like, it's not like they're the Pirates. Pirates fans are already counting down the days that Paul Skeens is going to get traded to a contender because they're not going to want to pay him. So that's Pittsburgh, right? That's the Marlins. Where just how are these teams even in? Like they're not in the same league. We talk about the Sabres this way. Fans will talk about the Sabres this way, and there are truths to that. But man, baseball. It's so much different. It is so all about how much money you want to spend.
So I'm glad you brought it up. I don't know if maybe some people need a refresher on how this works and why it's different. Yes, it's about how much they're willing to spend. But every team has an ability to make more than another team because the difference between baseball, I'm going to use that one sport here, versus football, all of the TV money in football is completely shared equally among 32 teams. When they sign $1 billion a year with Netflix, that billion is divided up amongst 32 teams. It does not matter.
You get 1/32. Yeah.
You do not have. The Buffalo Bills do not have the ability. The Dallas Cowboys don't have the ability. Any team that's the biggest brand name does not have the ability to go make their own TV deal. That is separate in baseball. Mm-hmm. The Yankees have a deal with the Yes Network. It's literally called Yankee Entertainment System.
Yeah.
It is their own network, and they can make all the money goes to them.
Yeah.
The Mets have their own network, goes to them. The Dodgers can have their own TV network, goes to them. Mm-hmm. Guess what? You're not getting that in a lot of markets. So all that money comes to you.
Yeah.
You can now spend it, and you have this advantage that other teams don't have.
Right.
Where in football, you can't do that.
Yeah, that's right. So I was going to say hockey you can, but it's not on the same level. There's not the same amount of money in hockey that there is in.
I would say that'd be right.
And you have a hard salary cap in hockey, and it's very different, right? Guaranteed contracts. And
so in baseball, you have what's called a luxury tax. If you spend over a certain amount, you have to pay back some of that money that then does get dispersed amongst the league. But if you're making that much money, who cares?
Right.
Teams are willing to pay over the luxury tax sometimes.
Right. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Bisons today, we'll talk with Pat Malacaro coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get to this it's 7. The draft, I want to get to the draft a little bit with you on the position. The Bills can't draft in the first 2 rounds everything that people might think you want an immediate player at. There's a few positions where you might want a guy that could step in and make an impact and compete for a job right away. I count at least 4 positions where that's true of, and they have 3 picks in rounds 1, 2, and 3. You
counted 4 positions that you think you could insert a guy now that could start.
Yes. He'd have to beat a guy out, but
I know I would say 2.
Okay.
And maybe a half, because I think you could. There's one I think I totally respect, because I want to get into this with you. But
yeah,
where would I'm thinking of the 4th.
Not to start might be the wrong word. I think
Immediately help.
a role.
Immediately help.
Yeah, immediate help. At that
Okay,
position.
I could find 4.
Yeah.
But I think there's only 2 legitimate openings to be actual players and get time on this team.
Let's get into that. We are 26 days from the draft. I missed the count. We'll get the whiteboard back up in here with the counter. But we're under a month away till the NFL draft. Sal Capaccio's in for Jeremy today. If you'd like to get in, phone lines are open here on WGR.
2 seconds left. Giddy for the win.
Go! My God! I cannot believe this! Elizabeth! I'm coming, baby! Oh, no!
Improbable.
Unbelievable!
Impossible.
Magic Kitty! Good day, mate! Somewhere in Australia, Sydney, or Melbourne, Paul Hogan and somebody at Crocodile Dundee.
What is going on there?
What was that? So, the Bulls, the madness from last night. There were great college basketball. I mean, the Arkansas game was great. Nate Oates' Alabama set the record for three-pointers in a game, right, for a tournament game. But the craziest ending last night in basketball was NBA. 5-point lead, 12 seconds to go. The Lakers give up a three-pointer. LeBron throws the ball away. The Bulls hit another three-pointer. Then the Lakers hit a two-pointer layup to take the lead back. Bang, half-court shot at the buzzer to win it for Chicago. Was he just doing movie quotes, though?
No. So maybe, yeah, possibly. First of all, a little credit, our sister station, The Score, 670 in Chicago.
Yeah.
Odyssey. That's where that call came from. Secondly, but Josh Giddey is from Australia.
Oh, okay.
So he's making...
Josh Giddey is the guy who hit the shot.
Yeah, so he's making Australian references, and maybe he's going back to Crocodile Dundee in the movie.
see.
But that's where that's born out of.
I see. I've never seen Crocodile Dundee. Should I?
You haven't?
Is that one like you should?
Yeah.
You got to go back and see
I
it.
think you need to go see it. It's there's some cool one-liners like "That's not a knife," and he takes out this "That's a knife," right?
See,
Like it's just
I feel like without ever seeing it, but seeing clips from it, that's one of those movies, 80s movies that does not hold up.
No, it's okay. It's got some
All right.
It's all right. You wouldn't mind it.
I don't see myself getting to it.
It's not like
I'm
me
gonna
saying
lie.
you need to watch Stripes to him yesterday.
Ooh, that is one I've been told
It's
too.
not streaming anywhere.
That's okay. I get it.
No, you can find it
it's
somewhere.
Before your
You can
time.
always find it somewhere.
Not knocking you, but you got to go watch Stripes.
Yeah. Anything that's got Bill Murray in it, I'm.
I couldn't believe the other day. I'm at Roswell with Mike Shope doing the show, filling in with Bulldog.
Yeah.
I told Mike I watched Roadhouse in the afternoon because I was just kind of chilling and it was on. And Mike said he had never seen Roadhouse. Have you watched Roadhouse?
Oh, yes. I've
Mike
seen
has
Roadhouse.
never seen the 1989 Roadhouse. I'm not even talking about the new one.
No, the new one is a ghastly.
And Mike's in his 50s.
Holy cow!
And he's never seen Roadhouse.
Listen, if you haven't seen have you seen the new one?
No.
You should see the new one just because of how unbelievable it is that thing. I don't even know how to describe it. It's not even like it's a bad movie. It's a bad remake. The first one, the first one's a classic. The new one is
Conor McGregor going crazy.
That's
all it is.
Conor McGregor in that movie. He's not an actor, and you've seen athletes in movies before, right? Like LeBron's in a movie from a couple of years ago, and Dan Marino is in Ace Ventura, right? Like there have been athletes that make appearances or even play roles in movies. This guy just it's hilarious how bad he is at acting. So yeah. Anyways, Crocodile Dundee. Yeah. I'll watch Stripes before I watch Crocodile Dundee. I'll tell you that. All right, when we come back, the Bills and positional need going into the draft. They have 3 picks on days 1 and 2. To get into the positions, really the question is, what position can you live with them not taking of like the 4 top ones? Get to that when we come back. Sal's in for Jeremy today here on a Friday, and this is WGR.
Good morning. Sabres rout the Penguins last night 7-3 for their third win in a row. Yuri Kulik scores twice for the Sabres, and the other goals are scored by Tage Thompson, Peyton Krebs, Tyson Kozak, Matthias Samuelsson, and Alex Tuck. Sabres back in action on the road tomorrow against the Flyers for a 1 o'clock puck drop. One of the top picks in the NFL draft reportedly won't be working out at his pro day today. Drew Rosenhaus, the agent of Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter, told Adam Schefter of ESPN yesterday that the player won't be working out at the team's pro day because he's reportedly still recovering from a shoulder injury that he sustained against Boise State. Carter is projected to go in the top 3 of this year's draft, with many mocks picking him to go to the Cleveland Browns. March Madness got back underway last night. A ton of high-scoring action. Number 2 Alabama demolishes number 6 BYU 113-88. 1-seeded Duke took down 4-seed Arizona 100-93. Also last night, 1-seed Florida beat 4-seed Maryland 87-71, and number 3 Texas won a close game in overtime over number 10 Arkansas 85-83. 4 more games coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear 2-seed Michigan State take on 6-seed Ole Miss right here on WGR. Following that game, you can also listen to 1-seed Auburn take on 5-seed Michigan at 9:45. Also in action tonight, 2-seed Tennessee takes on 3-seed Kentucky at 7:39, and rounding out the night, number 1 Houston takes on number 4 Purdue. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Yesterday was opening day for the MLB, but today is opening day for the Buffalo Bisons. The Bisons take on the Rochester Red Wings this afternoon with first pitch of 2:05. You can hear all of that game with Pat Malacaro on the call on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I do think Isaiah Bond fits that a little bit better. His route tree that was used at Texas more so was for that, right? You had your 15-yard stops, your vert, some of those screens that Texas relied on pretty heavily. All of those fit exactly what Isaiah Bond was really good at. Now, I think Matthew Golden, comparatively, has a broader route tree. I think that, again, his ability to create separation on digs and out is just a little bit quicker. He's more quick than fast. I do think Bond fits that outside, quote-unquote, wide receiver just a little bit better than a Golden, who I think Texas deployed all over the field very well in 2024.
CJ Vogel covers the Texas Longhorns on with me and Nate yesterday. Talked about there is a Texas player in the first 2 rounds at every position of need that you would think the Bills have. There's a 330-pound nose tackle. There's 2 speed receivers. There's a corner, although as we kind of talked about yesterday with him, the corner, Jahdae Barron, who, by the way, when he described him, if you missed it, go back and listen. Him describing Barron sounded like he was describing Tre'Davious White. Like as a person. As much as a player, too. Like, oh, you'll fall in love with him immediately. He's a hilarious character, but he's also, like, a leader. Like, everyone will fall in love with him immediately. You know, I'm like, and then when he started getting to him as a player, like, oh, that's Tre'Davious White. But he's often mocked, like, way before the Bills.
But I think he's also, a lot of times, a slot guy, right? Isn't he a nickel?
He's done both, and
Okay.
I've seen a lot of draft people thinking he could move to the nickel full time. Which, right, the Bills.
He's 5'11", 194.
Yeah.
I mean, he could play outside. In
Yeah.
fact, Daquan Hardy got some time at outside last year at the end of training camp when people thought there's no possible way the Bills would ever do that, and they actually did that at the end of the training camp. So it's possible, no
Brandon
doubt.
Codrington played a little bit outside, and isn't he?
He only plays outside actually now.
Right.
I don't think he played at all nickel.
What's Codrington? 5'10", 5'9"?
Yeah, he's not 6
foot.
He's not the tallest. That's for sure.
Good morning. It's a looks a little dreary out right now. The ball game today, 2 o'clock for the Bisons. The Bisons have a guarantee that they're doing, which is if it is not 50 degrees at first pitch, everybody in attendance will be able to use that ticket in exchange to a future game as well, either over the weekend or in April, the Bison say.
I've never thought that I would see the day where thousands of people would be rooting specifically for 49 degrees. Get it as warm as possible, but don't get it to that 50.
Could they put like a temperature tracker like on the scoreboard, and if it goes from like 50 to 49 and the crowd erupts while like the game is going on and nobody knows why? I'm considering going to the game today. I think I'm leaning towards going if the weather holds up. I'm gonna bring a book, just hang out, kick my feet up, watch the ball game,
I'll be
grab
there.
a dog.
I'll see you.
Sal's gonna be there. So, ball game today. We'll talk with Pat Malacaro coming up at 8:45 on the Bison season upcoming. So, on the draft. So, there's Vogel talking about Bond and Golden. By the way, listening and talking to Vogel yesterday, for me at wide receiver, I've been on this recently that I really want to see them draft that one specific type of role, the downfield speed guy. But I don't need to see it in round one. And talking to Vogel, I mean, Matthew Golden is probably almost definitely going in the first round. And he ran the faster 40 time. Isaiah Bond, meanwhile, who Ryan Talbot reported earlier in the week is one of the 30 pre-draft visits with the Bills. He did not run a fast 40 after saying he was going to break the record. So
he was a 4.39. Golden was a 4.29.
Right.
Big difference.
Now, what Vogel pointed to said is that he was surprised by the numbers. That if he predicted, he thought Bond was going to be right. That he was going to be close and that it would have been the other way around. Bond would have ran the faster 40 and Golden ran the slower 40. And Vogel pointed us to a thing that we're going to be very familiar with here because of how it went with Keon Coleman last year. The gauntlet drill and tracking the speed of the player rather than the time of the player on the 40-yard dash. As Vogel said yesterday, Isaiah Bond ran during the gauntlet drill 24.1 miles per hour. That was the fastest speed clocked by any wide receiver at the combine. And he was the second fastest player overall. Only Maxwell Hairston, who was a corner from Kentucky, was faster. So here we go again with what's the value of the 40-yard dash? What's the value of play speed? Vogel said he thinks Bond played faster last year at Texas. He is more of an outside receiver, and he's probably like a mid to late second-round pick. So I've landed on receiver. I do not need to see it in round one at all. In fact, I am very much loving the idea of drafting the second of the Texas receivers in round two because it just feels like it's a better fit for what the Bills need out of that position. Mm-hmm. It seems like he has some of the things that they value in players when you're testing them, and you don't have to spend as big of an asset on it.
So I am 100% with you on almost everything you said here, which is you like the receiver idea, especially a speed receiver, but not first pick.
Yeah.
I agree with you for a big reason, for the biggest reason to me of, let's just say they pick a receiver at 30.
Yeah.
Who's he playing over? Is he getting inserted into the lineup over Keon Coleman, Joshua Palmer? I could even make a case he's got to fight with Curtis Samuel.
Right.
I'm not telling you my opinion of how they should do it, but we know how this team operates, Joe. Mm-hmm. This is why receiver has never made a ton of sense for me at 30. Where are the snaps coming from for a receiver at 30?
Right.
Receiver at 32 last year, that they needed that type of receiver, didn't get on the field a ton. He wound up playing more and starting, and they were starting to get him more targets, but it took a little while. Where is a receiver at 30 playing on this team right now?
The receiver at 30 is not playing to the level that you would expect the first round pick to play. You know what I mean? Like, because there would be snaps available, but not. You wouldn't think enough. I don't think you would think that that's a big enough number to warrant your first pick going to it. Because Coleman is going to play a lot. He already played a lot, right? And that's even after they said that they were a little disappointed or let down by his play when he came back after the injury. He still was on the field a good amount. And there were games where he led them in snaps. You know, Hollins played a lot, and he's gone. Cooper did play a segment of the snaps, like what was that end up being 40% most times, and he's gone. I that's why though I think second round isn't, to me, I like the second round idea a lot because there are enough snaps to warrant a day 2 pick, and there's enough to warrant that role getting more meaningful snaps, a speed guy. And
but if you take if they take a guy specifically because they really need a speed guy, which is fine, you're kind of putting him in a role where that's just what he does. He's not going to be playing in all situations for you. And to me, that means, why am I picking him at 30? Whereas, you draft a corner at 30, he's got a legit chance to start day one.
Yeah.
And be a full-time player 100% of the snaps.
Yeah.
Legit chance.
You would expect him to be on the field all the time. And that's where, I asked this question briefly earlier in the week. I even put a poll up on it, on what position can you live with the Bills not taking in the first 2 rounds? Because they have 3 picks through round 3. They could very well get back into round 3. You might even predict they do, right? For all the day 3 picks that they have. Try to move a 4th with a 5th. And
2 4s, 3 5s.
2 4s. They have so many of those picks that you might expect them to get back into round 3. But for now, they don't have one. And is everyone okay living with a receiver not being a pick of one of the first 3? It was pretty close between, no one said corner, and at least in just a Twitter poll, no one said corner, no one said defensive tackle. Like, those were single-digit percentage. Like, they got to take both of those things in the first 2 rounds. You got 3 picks, got to have a corner, and get a defensive tackle. Little surprised the defensive end was almost the same number as receiver. That's a little bit of the same conversation. How many you could very well want more at that position, want a higher level of play at that position, and see some snaps available. But that's the same puzzle. You got to kind of figure out, all right, if I draft a defensive end, what does the snap count, what does the opportunity look like for that player at that position? The difference there is that they have not spent their first pick in the draft on defensive end in the last 2 years like they have at pass catcher. And you have a guy that is currently suspended for 6 games. I know Hoyt plays a lot of other positions too. And
I'm counting him as an edge, though, mostly.
Yep.
Yes.
And you have a guy that has a long injury history in Joey Bosa. And that's, I guess, receivers rotational too, but defensive end, we know from the 100%. Bills, is very rotational.
Yep.
So defensive end is the other one where a lot of people, though, said, I could live with them not doing that on day 1 or 2.
I could live with them not doing it, but I think you might need to do it, and that's fine. I could live with them not doing it depending on what else is there. If it's corner and defensive tackle, right, you could do that. So I'm with you on all of that. There's an X factor at defensive end too, and we're a year away from. A lot of times, these guys get drafted, and you think, well, they're going to make this immediate impact, and they don't. But let's remember, the draft is really not about year 1 mostly. Sometimes it can be if you're picking in the top half of the first round. I think they really like Javon Solomon. I think they think Javon Solomon's going to be a heavy rotational piece this year. So if you bring in a guy at 30, he's also got to beat him out. We can talk as much as we want about Greg Rousseau being on the field and A.J. Epinesa being on the field and Joey Bosa on the field, injuries, Michael Hoyt coming back. Javon Solomon factors into this. And I don't see a guy at 30 just coming in and beating Javon Solomon out for a job, to be quite honest with you. Right. Now, you're picking a top 15, it's a little different. These are guys that are maybe a lot of times ready-made, come in, rush the quarterback. I think they really believe in Javon Solomon to be a guy that's going to be, in a part of in this rotation. The other position, though, that I don't know how it came up at all with your poll or what you did here.
I think I know the position you're about to say.
I hear a lot about safety.
Yeah, I didn't. And I only had 4 options, and
I'm totally good with them. I'm totally good with them not taking safety.
Yeah,
because again, I'll say, if you draft a safety at 30. What is he really going to play over Bishop or Rapp? Because I don't see it happening.
That's really where the 3 most interesting positions to me for that right now, the most debatable positions on what's the role, what's the opportunity, receiver, defensive end, and safety. Everything else I feel like is pretty cut and dry, right? They draft a defensive tackle. That guy plays. Like, he might not start, but that guy is on the field. There is enough snaps to go around for him to play. They draft a cornerback. That guy's going to have every opportunity to play. He might play every snap of the season for all we know. They draft a lineman. Like, that doesn't make any sense because offensive lineman, where is that guy playing? You've got 5 starters, and as you've pointed out, they're bringing every backup back too. Alec Anderson's back and Ryan Vandemark. So we kind of know about line. We know about running back. There's not room. We know that tight end is you've got 2 guys at the top there. There's not a lot of room. I feel like a lot of these positions are figured out for what's available. The 3 that are a little more debatable are receiver, are defensive end, and I do think safety is in that too, because if they drafted a safety, let's play that out. What's the role of that player going in? they generally don't play safeties early. And, I mean, you tell me, have they sounded to you like they do trust Cole Bishop to be in a meaningful role in year 2 and be the starter?
I think the word trust, have they sounded like that, is interesting because Sean McDermott has made it clear he's still got to come in and win it. Yeah, you'd love him to do that, but he's still got to be able to do that. Nothing's going to be handed to him. All right, so earlier we said hi to some people in the bullpen. Good question. We missed J-Bud, so I'm going to say hi to J-Bud.
He's a regular.
And get to J-Bud's question here, or his comment, because I want to address it, and that's Getting Connected with Our Fans, brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. J-Bud, he said, hanging on to DeMar is screaming they need safety help. Yes, they need safety depth help, but I don't think they believe, the way they operate, that someone's coming in here and starting at safety over Bishop and Rapp. I want to just give anecdotal evidence here to everything with the safety position. Can you name the last safety they brought in here that didn't have some sort of experience in the system that started? I can't.
Well, the only one is Bishop, but they only did that because of injury, right?
Right, exactly. What I mean is he still had to work his way. Mike Edwards was brought in here to be a starter. He didn't even win the job. Right. Rapp waited a year. He was a spot safety, and then he wound up starting. Micah and Jordan were here for so long, but Joe, when they were injured, Dean Marlowe was the guy they brought in.
Yeah.
They brought in Kurt Coleman. They like
Kurt Coleman.
They like guys who understand their system. It is very hard to bring a rookie into this defense and start right away. Maybe Bishop could have done it. He could have been the outlier. He got hurt. I'll give you that. All right. But the reason why they brought back DeMar, Sportsman says, it is not because they hold on to the story way too much. That is not it. They signed DeMar to a minimum deal.
Yeah.
Do you know why they signed DeMar? Because if you don't sign DeMar, who are you signing? Someone just like him. A veteran who knows the system, he's experienced, and if he has to go in, you know he knows exactly what to do. That's what DeMar Hamlin is.
Is DeMar not, I mean, he's back here, and he's talked about wanting to retire a bill, so I'm sure that played into it too a little bit. You know, he wouldn't have had a huge market, but did he pass on $1 million extra to go somewhere else?
I don't know. It sounds like he went out. There wasn't really much out there for him. The Bills are like, hey, you can come back here and be a part of the mix here and still fight for a job, but be a depth safety, and that's what happened.
The guy I'm more interested for safety for that is Derek Forrest.
Very interesting.
Because he's started in the past, and he's a very different type of safety to me than Hamlin. Hamlin is right place, right time, not an insane athlete for his position, but he doesn't make a ton of mistakes. He's a good tackler, but then also, we saw this in the Chief game, if you want to start mixing in man coverage, and he's got to go down and cover a slot receiver, good night a lot of the time. Or he's got to come down in the box. Forrest is an athlete.
He's a boomer bust guy.
Yeah.
What you see from Forrest on film is he could be just blowing someone up and making a play and make it a big game-changing type of hit. He also could get beat deep or somewhere because he's trying to make a play and it doesn't work out. And I don't think the Bills love having those kinds of guys back there because they love to keep everything in front of you, make the safe play. But what Forrest represents is a guy who can make a game-changing type of play in a situation, maybe put him in spot duty, special teams, obviously he'll play there. So, yeah, I give
so
it.
You have four.
I don't think he's going to be. I don't think he starts.
But even if he doesn't start, that's 4 safeties.
Yeah,
that's 4 guys. Like if that's their safety room going into the year, that's where safety is really interesting because there's this Nick Emenwari guy, and he's a crazy athlete, and he's 6'3", and he runs a sub 440. And the one thing about you brought up that position, like that's kind of the same thing. Where would the guy play? How much opportunity would he have? That's especially the extra layer of how the Bills treat that position. The one thing about drafting a body type like what Emenwari is, and I'm sure there's other safeties like that in the draft, is there another way to get that guy on the field that isn't just playing him a traditional safety? Because we have seen the Bills do that with Cam Lewis and with Poyer, like the big nickel, right? Big nickel, the dime packages that they have. You might think, okay, well, if they... See, this is where, though, I don't know if they would do that at 30, though. You're going to draft a guy in the first round, and the only thing he's going to do for you in year 1 is these specialty packages?
But there aren't a ton of... If you want to go down that road, there are really only, I think, 2 positions that a guy can really walk in and play right away on this team. And that is defensive tackle and corner. Otherwise, anybody you draft at 30 is probably still going to have to maybe be in the background for a year.
Yeah,
right?
I do think that's where I wanted to go back to receiver for a moment here. I agree with you that, like, receiver, I don't expect anybody they draft in round 1 or 2, and I don't think they'll draft a guy in round 1, but I don't think that guy starts. And I don't even think that guy has much of an opportunity to start other than, like, if Keon Coleman just shows up in year 2 and there is, like, regression and just, like, it just goes horribly wrong. There are 960 vacated snaps at wide receiver from last year. Matt Collins and Amari Cooper walking out the door. And Josh Palmer will eat up a giant chunk of those, but it's not going to be 960. The Bills had 968 snaps on offense total last year. Wide receiver is a rotational position. Yeah. There's going to be a couple of hundred snaps available, which is, by the way, that's what, like, Samuel played last year. Samuel played 378 snaps last season for the Bills. How does that 960 get eaten up? Palmer takes a chunk. Coleman can't really play much more than he did. He's already, like, in the 80 percentile a lot of the time. This is, though, where you brought up Samuel. A rookie could come in and eat up a chunk. Or do the Bills, how do they think of Samuel? He did look good at times at the end of the year. Do they feel like, okay, full off season, let's get this guy healthy, because we did see flashes that when he is healthy, he's still the player that we wanted when we signed him. And they might think that there's an uptick for him as a role, but more so as, again, like, what is that? As the fourth receiver in the offense.
Can I give you an answer that you're not going to like?
Sure.
Dalton Kincaid was hurt a bit last year. They didn't play as much 12 personnel as they might have wanted. That's part of how you eat into those snaps.
More 12 personnel, less receiver snaps in general.
Yeah. I think that could be a way to get a little bit more there. Dalton Kincaid played 43% of the snaps last year. 471. That's not a ton.
Well,
for what they probably wanted. Dawson Knox was on the field for close to 60%.
Yeah. Well, then, you know, like, you're right. Like, the reason I'm not going to like that is because I want to see the Bills get better at downfield passing.
I know. And
then you'd be telling me they think the answer to that is internal. And my question would be, well, where internal is that? Is that, I guess, what would the number one answer to that be? Coleman getting more fluid at route running down the field and more efficient, maybe down the field. I mean, Matt Collins caught a lot of their downfield passes over the course of the year. So if you're trusting that in Coleman and maybe Samuel staying healthy and doing it, or you're going to, you know, I would be very hesitant to do that if I were them, because I don't know where your improvement downfield is coming from then. But you might be right, that would be what happens. And they talked about Kincaid getting stronger.
And Bean was on a podcast with Fitz and Andrew Whitworth last week, maybe.
It was last week.
I was tweeting out some quotes about it. He was just on with Eric Wood, by the way. I think that dropped yesterday or today. You can, listen to that. But in that podcast with Fitz and Whitworth, he made specific mention of how Dalton Kincaid's here. He's been in the weight room already. Mm-hmm. He's already on, like, doing what they want him to do to, get bigger and stronger.
Yeah.
I think they believe that he becomes a much bigger part of the offense, simply A, because he'll be healthier, you hope, and B, because that's kind of what they wanted, and that's why they drafted him in the first round 2 years ago.
Yeah. 803-0550 is the phone number if you got a thought on this. On the first 3 picks that the Bills have, they have 2 seconds, days 1 and 2. By the way, we'll be having our draft party at Resurgence on Thursday for round 1. Ooh. And then Jeremy and me will be at Wayland on Friday we'll have this year we're going to have a day 2, the week of the draft.
So the night of the draft, you're going to I love that.
We're going to have our round 1 draft party during the draft on Thursday at Resurgence. And then, we're going to be back this year, though, for round 2 and 3 at Wayland on Friday.
I love that.
Which I think is going to be a lot of fun. I love day 2 of the draft. And it's a Friday night, so
it is that is the night. Now, people always say to me, "Do you go to the draft? Do you go to the draft?" I actually have been to a couple NFL drafts, but before I was in this job. And the reason why I don't go to the draft, everything's here. We hear from Brandon Bean here.
They're all here.
For TV people, it's good to go to the draft and get the visual of the guy going up on stage and all that. For us here, we need to hear from Brandon Bean. We need to do the conference call with the player, what he's drafted. So, in the media room, draft night, it's one of the best nights in the media room. It's a long night, and it's packed with all of your colleagues, and everybody's watching the TV waiting to see what's going to happen.
They feed you well, too, don't they?
Oh, they feed us very well for all 3 days.
We're getting to a break. We get to Paul Hamilton on the other side, talk some hockey. It's in Green Bay this year. Is it in the stadium?
They are having.
It's at Lambeau?
I think the draft itself is in the stadium, and the surrounding area is having a lot of the draft activities that are going on. Yes.
Okay, but like the stage will be.
I believe inside Lambeau.
I'll check.
Pretty sure you can look at that.
The reason I'm asking, I'll look to find out because it's been mentioned the idea of Buffalo hosting an NFL draft once the new stadium is complete, and I don't know that I've ever seen a draft inside of a stadium. And maybe this will be our first chance to get a look at it. Or maybe I'm wrong, that has happened before.
Where was last year?
Last year was
Detroit?
There was a
Detroit.
There was a Nashville one.
That was it was Detroit.
But that
and Cleveland.
was outside.
I remember Detroit and Cleveland. Were either of those in the stadium? I don't think so. You're right.
Yeah, I don't think I remember.
Okay, so I'll check into that.
Yeah,
but I will also tell you,
Hart Plaza in Detroit last year.
Okay, so the NFL owners' meetings are coming up next week, and maybe that's where we'll get a little bit more information about if those plans could be happening for Buffalo in the future, which I believe Buffalo and the Bills would like that to happen.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. We'll switch gears, get some hockey, and when we come back, the Sabres win 7-3 against the Penguins last night. Paul Hamilton joins the show coming up next.
Sabres beat the Penguins last night 7-3 for their third win in a row. Yuri Kulich scores twice. Other goals scored by Tage Thompson, Peyton Krebs, Tyson Kozak, Matthias Samuelsson, and Alex Tuck. Sabres back in action on the road tomorrow in Philadelphia against the Flyers at 1 o'clock. One of the top picks in the NFL draft reportedly won't be working out at his pro day today. Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter is still recovering from his shoulder injury, and his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, tells Adam Schefter of ESPN that he won't be working out at the team's pro day. Carter is projected to go in the top 3 of this year's draft by many of the mocks picking him to go to the Cleveland Browns. March Madness back underway last night. Number 1 Duke takes down number 4 Arizona 100-93. Number 2 Alabama demolishes number 6 BYU 113-88. 1 seed Florida takes down 4 seed Maryland 87-71, and number 3 Texas Tech wins a close game in overtime over number 10 Arkansas 85-83. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR and the Bet1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Yesterday was the opening day for the MLB, but today is opening day for the Bisons. Bisons take on the Rochester Red Wings this afternoon for a first pitch at 2:05. You can hear all that game with Pat Malacaro on the call on our sister station, the Bet1520. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Sabres back in the Pittsburgh zone here as Dahlin will leave it for Roseanne. Far circle shot, scores! Great pass and a finish by Samuelsson, and it's 4-1 Buffalo.
One of your moments of the game, your Firth moments of the game, brought to you by Firth. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Sabres win 7-3 over the Pittsburgh Penguins. Paul Hamilton joins the show now. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio. Jeremy White is off today. Good morning, Paul. The good win for the Yankees.
Yes. I was able to watch probably all the way through Rodin pitching, and then I had to get to the arena.
So you missed, would you describe it as earlier, Sal, Harry? At the end?
Got a little hairy at the end, yeah, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but it was a little tense, Paul. I mean, they get Williams to be the closer. He comes in against his former team on opening day, and they load the bases, and they put the go-ahead run on base, and he gets out of it.
I would have been fine if they just stayed with their closer from last year. I thought he did a terrific job.
Yeah, I don't know. They needed somebody a little bit better back there. A little was it?
Better. He was lights out.
Yeah, at the end of the year, though, and I can't remember. At the end of the year, they were playing and they were doing a little bit better. But Clay Holmes could not be the guy anymore, and that's the guy that
no,
they
not
had.
him.
I know who you're talking about too. Now I
him.
can't remember now, but you're right.
I mean, I'll just kick my feet up and watch you guys debate the Yankees.
No, it's okay.
For the next 8
It's
minutes.
okay.
I like it.
Didn't he pitch the 8th, maybe? I think I walked by a TV and I saw he was pitching the 8th.
And Hill came in, and Hill's got this. He's a lefty, Joe, and he's got this really, those lefties that throw a little sidearm. I mean, it's so tough to pick up the ball.
Didn't Weaver pitch the 8th?
Yeah, I think so. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I would have been fine with him.
All right. Well, a good start nonetheless. They get the win. The lead-off home run with the catcher leading off, which normally doesn't happen a lot.
Amazing.
But yeah, pretty cool opening day that we had in the league, if you count it, because of course you had the Japan games from a couple of weeks ago. So the Sabres, Paul, last night. I mean, if you missed any part of it and you just checked the score at one point and saw the goals racking up in the second period, man, they were all over the Penguins for especially that second. But that's the type of home effort though they've been giving lately, right? Like this is their third win in a row, and they haven't lost a home game in almost a month.
Yeah, and what were the Penguins thinking? Nedeljkovic, last game against Buffalo, stopped 40 of 42 shots and had a goal and an assist. Jari, the last time he played the Sabres, back in October, he got run after 11 minutes, gave up 3 goals on 5 shots, and he's the starting goalie? Really? I know he's been playing a lot lately for them, but I just was dumbfounded even before Buffalo scored on him on the first 2 shots of the game. Which meant in the last 16 minutes of play that he played against the Sabres, he had given up 5 goals on 7 shots. Now they didn't pull him then, but they did pull him after about 25 minutes because the Sabres scored 2 quick goals on him in the second period, and then he had given up 4. So off he went. I don't understand. Now, Nedeljkovic probably wasn't going to have a goal and an assist like he had in the game in Buffalo last time, but I don't know. It made no sense to me why they were starting a goalie that got run the last time he played the Sabres.
Yeah, let's see. 5 goals and 7 shots, Paul. That's a 28 save percentage. 28.5 save percentage. Not great by NHL standards, I would say. So,
but yeah, you talked about the home record.
Yeah.
I think they're 10-2 in their last 12 at home, and I think it was 13-4 in their last 17 at home, and that's been one of the things that really has been a bugaboo for the Buffalo Sabres for a while is their home record. They have not been good at home for a while until this year, and now, they finally have found a home and made it more difficult for teams to play when they come into this building. And then it was the road record that went down the tubes this year, and they were having trouble on the road. But now they've won a couple of games on the road recently.
Yeah, there will be very specific things we point to after the season. Paul, I know Lindy's talked about this, and others have that. They're good at home. Their record, even on the season now, looks pretty good at home. They are pretty good at 5-on-5. They're good in the first period. So, we kind of know what to target here, right? Like, on the big picture, it's what? The power play, it's winning on the road, and it is holding leads, right? Like, do I have the list?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I knew I put it in the article yesterday. I had to find it. Since December 27th, they're 13-4 at home, which is 6th in the league,
wow.
And they're 2nd in the league in goal scoring at 3.88 goals per game.
How do you
at home?
That was a question I had at the beginning of the year, Paul. Was how able to score goals would they be? And they have definitely done that. I mean, they're not doing it on the power play, but even strength they certainly are. Looking back, and even from last night, there's Kulich scoring 2 goals, and he would be an answer to this. Kind of how they've been able to keep up offensively. They've maybe gotten some contributions. McLeod maybe is on this list, goal-scoring-wise, that are a little above what expectation was.
And it's all 5-on-5 when we're talking about at home. I think I looked it up. I'm going by memory here. I told you since December 27th, I think their power play might be 30th in that time period. So when I say they're 2nd in goals at home at 3.88, it's almost all 5-on-5 and shorthanded. They're pretty good at scoring shorthanded too. But yeah, the power play just hasn't been going for them. But Kulich, talk about a couple of the young players that have come up and done well. Here comes Kulich. He was in Rochester earlier in the season, but he came up fairly early in the season. And, at the beginning, he was having trouble scoring goals because he had to get used to the fact that, that shot used to go into the American Hockey League. How come it's not going in here? And he had to figure out NHL goaltenders and how to shoot on NHL goaltenders. He now has 12 goals in his last 34 games, and that's a 29-goal pace over 82 games.
Yeah,
so,
he's looked.
That's not bad.
He's looked good. By the way, the power play got hot for a little minute there a couple of weeks ago. They're 1 for their last 10 on the power play, but it did get hot a little bit for a while, and then obviously it's cooled back off. I'm glad you brought up Kulich. You just touched on him. That's great. I also want to ask you about Jacob Bernard-Docker. It seems like he's fitting in on this team since the trade that he came over in the Dylan Cousins deal.
Lindy Ruff had a lot of nice things to say about him after the game, and he said, he's showing that he's hungry every shift, and that he wants to be part of this. You know what impresses me, guys, about what he's been doing in the last 4 games, playing for the Sabres? He hadn't played a game since December 28th. He had a high ankle sprain, came out of the lineup. He was cleared to play March 1st, and Ottawa never put him in the lineup. So he became a healthy scratch until he was traded to the Sabres. So it had been a long time since he had been on the ice. And I think in all 4 games, he's played very well for the Sabres. I mean, you don't notice him all that much on defense, which means he's playing well. He is a shot blocker and did that yesterday. Lindy talked about how he ate the puck, in his words, a couple of times with some big block shots. Had a good hit, which led to a fight because that player did not like being hit like that. And, Lindy's right. I mean, he's earned the right to play. And he's going to keep playing if he keeps playing the way he is. And he wants to be part of it. He's trying to show that he wants to be part of the Buffalo Sabres coming here, and he wants to be part of the Buffalo Sabres moving on into next year because he'll need a contract next year too.
One more individual, Paul, that I wanted to ask you about. He gets his first point in the NHL last night. Isak Rosen, he gets one on the Samuelsson goal. Nice pass across the ice.
Nice shot too.
Nice shot too by Samuelsson that got the goal. He's played a bunch of games here for the Sabres. Hasn't really got a lot of ice time. And we know about his success in Rochester this year. I mean, he's one of the leading scorers in the league. There was a point where he was first. I think he's probably dropped since. But are you seeing anything from him on a consistent basis when he is up here that makes you think that there's another level there? Like, because, year 5 after a guy's drafted, you might think there's not, much hope for that. But then he has this year in the AHL. I guess I'm kind of confused or wondering like what his NHL potential still is at this point.
Yeah, he's got 54 points in 55 games in Rochester, which is 8th in the league right now in scoring. The 27 goals as 6th in the league. But, I haven't seen the offense from him. Tage Thompson wanted to talk about him, saying that he kind of does the little things during games that others don't notice that he's been doing here as a 22-year-old winger. But that play he made to Samuelsson, that's what he's capable of. That's what he does in the American Hockey League. That's a pure offensive play that's, almost knowing that a guy's going to be there, then threading the needle on a cross-ice pass, putting it right in the area that Samuelsson needed it to score a goal right away. And that's what Lindy talked about, that he made 2 or 3 plays last night that they haven't seen. And he said he thought he skated well. Lindy Moore wanted to talk about a play he made on the wall with 3 or 4 minutes left in the game where he spun around, got a good exit to their guy up the middle and up ice. And he said what that told him is he's committed to making the right play, and he's starting to feel more comfortable making those plays. So that was a play that impressed Lindy Ruff even more than the assist did. Seeing him do something like that, and that's what he meant by that. He made 2 or 3 plays that they haven't seen that before. But he's played 11 or 12 games in the NHL. That was his best one, and Lindy also thought it wasn't as much pressure on him. He said it was good for him to participate in a game like that because he didn't have to worry about if the one mistake went in the net that we're going to lose the game. Mm-hmm. He can just go out and play, and that's let his instincts take over, and that's what he did. And he said it was a good game for him to be participating in like that. And he's still only 22 years old, so I always caution when I talk about, all right, that was his 12th NHL game. Yeah, maybe we didn't see points or whatever in the first 11. But he's still only 22 years old trying to find his way.
Paul, James Reimer starts again. It's been a bit polarizing with the fan base. Why do this, right? I mean, but 3 games in a row because he's played well. And guess what? He's going to get one of these games coming up. They have back-to-backs this weekend at Philly, at Washington, then 1 day off, and then they're in Ottawa, a 3-game road trip. But James Reimer, it seems to be his net right now.
Yeah, 4 games out of 5 that he's played. And played very well. There's some of those games they don't win if he's not in goal. But I think this is what Lindy Ruff's doing by putting him in net. He's trying to get this team to learn how to. I put it when I ask him the question: are you trying to teach this team to learn how to win? Because they're winning games now that they weren't winning earlier in the season. And he said, I would change the wording to that. I'm trying to teach them how to stop finding ways to lose. which is, I know Darlene mentioned that. One of those games early, whether Edmonton or Vegas, I don't remember which one, he said we would have found a way to lose that game. And we didn't. We found a way to win the hockey game instead of lose it. And, even look at what they're doing to close out games. It seemed like every time they chased a goaltender, including when they chased Jari the first time, they were way ahead and then they'd lose. I mean, they were ahead 3-1 when they chased Jari, and Pittsburgh scored 3 straight goals, take a 4-3 lead, and won the hockey game. They stopped doing that. The other day against Ottawa, they scored the game-winning goal with about a minute into the third period, and they had to protect the lead the rest of the period, 3-2 game. And Lindy said he counted only 2 scoring chances. They gave up the whole rest of the game in the third period. That earlier in the year, they would have taken that 3-2 lead. That next thing you know, it would have been 5-3, and they would have been down. Because they would have sat back, stopped playing the way they were supposed to be playing, tried to put it on the goaltender, and they would have lost the hockey game. And I remember sitting there thinking as the game went on that, I never felt the Sabres were in danger after they took the lead in that third period. They seemed to really defend well, play well, and you never thought to yourself, uh-oh, this is getting a little goofy here. So that's changed recently, too, where they close out a close game against Edmonton. They close out the game against Vegas. They closed out the game against Ottawa. They closed out the game against the Winnipeg Jets on the road against a team that only had 5 regulation losses at home. That's a huge improvement from what we saw earlier in the year.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Philly on Saturday at 1, Washington on Sunday at 3. Thank you, Paul.
Take care.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Timeout here. Ben Volin of the Boston Globe is coming up at 8 a.m. We'll talk about the Patriots adding Diggs, their big offseason, and the league owner meetings. That's coming up at 8 here on WGR. Pick of the week from Riverfront Auto Sales, a stunning 2016 Chrysler 300 four-door sedan anniversary edition, all-wheel drive, sleek lines, a powerful Force V6 engine, beautiful built for comfort and performance. It's got premium features, leather seats, high-tech system as well. So don't miss out. 2016 Chrysler 300, ready for the road, waiting for you at Riverfront Auto Sales. Call 716-886-1626 or online at riverfrontautosales.com. 1379 Niagara Street, too. Pick of the week is going to be the tournament continuing tonight. And the game that I've got my eye on, I'm just getting the schedule on it really quick.
Better games tonight, I think, than last night.
Auburn, Michigan. That's the late one, though. 9:39.
Yeah.
That's my pick of the week.
A little better on a Friday night. I got a pick of the week. You got to help me pick here in the bullpen, all right? If you walk out into our bistro right now, if you walk in, there are 3 big boxes of cereal sitting on one of the tables. I don't know if you noticed this when you walked in.
They've been there all week.
Well, I did not know that because I have not been here all week. I didn't know that. Cheerios, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Lucky Charms. Rank them. Cheerios, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Lucky Charms. If I was to go out there and pick one to eat, a bowl of cereal, would it be Cheerios, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, or Lucky Charms? Rank them.
Lucky Charms 1.
Let's go.
Lucky Charms 1 for me. Ben Volin coming up next from the Boston Globe here on WGR.
Good morning. Sabres get a win last night, winning 7-3 over the Pittsburgh Penguins. That's their third win in a row. Yuri Kulich scores twice, while Tage Thompson, Peyton Krebs, Tyson Kozak, Matthias Samuelsson, and Alex Tuck score the other 5 goals. Sabres back in action on the road tomorrow against the Philadelphia Flyers for a 1 o'clock faceoff. One of the top picks in the NFL draft reportedly won't be working out at his pro day today. Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter is said to not be working out today. Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, told Adam Schefter of ESPN that Carter won't be working out because he's still recovering from his shoulder injury he sustained against Boise State. Carter is projected to go in the top 3 of this year's draft, with many mocks picking him to go to the Cleveland Browns. March Madness back underway last night with a ton of high-scoring action. Number 2 Alabama demolishes number 6 BYU 113-88. Number 1 Duke took down number 4 Arizona 100-93. 1 seed Florida beat 4 seed Maryland 87-71, and number 3 Texas Tech wins a close game late last night in overtime over number 10 Arkansas 85-83. 4 more games coming up tonight. At 7 o'clock, you can hear number 2 Michigan State take on number 6 Ole Miss right here on WGR. And following that game, you can listen to number 1 Auburn take on number 5 Michigan at 9:45. Also in action tonight, 2 seed Tennessee takes on 3 seed Kentucky at 7:39, and rounding out the night, 1 seed Houston takes on 4 seed Purdue. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Yesterday was opening day for the MLB, but today is opening day for the Buffalo Bisons. The Bisons take on the Rochester Red Wings this afternoon with first pitch at 2:05. You can hear that game with Pat Malacaro on the call on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
That I've always appreciated, and that we want to continue to enhance and make sure that he's doing things to help us. But it's just his conversation, his demeanor, his attitude, and his presence have been great through our conversations, and hopefully we can continue to add good players.
That is Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel on Stefon Diggs, who we will get to here as we bring in Ben Volin on the Wester Hotline. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. Sal Capaccio is along for the ride. Sal's off to Florida for the league owners meetings this weekend.
Am I going to see you there, Ben? You going to be there, buddy?
Absolutely, man. You will hopefully see me poolside with a fruity beverage in hand, pretending to work hard. So
no doubt. I want everybody to know that I did make a decision in the break. Here is the deal, Ben. We have 3 boxes of cereal sitting in our bistro. We have Cheerios, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Lucky Charms. I asked the chat, or what we call our bullpen, to rank them, and we get a lot of all different responses. I want everybody to know I chose Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Now, here's one. Chat, you see it? I got it. I'm going to eat it right here. I'm going to eat it right here.
Those have been on the table since like Tuesday.
But they've been in the box. It's cereal.
Is the box closed?
The boxes are all closed. All right, did I make the right choice, Ben?
Responsible people working here. Close
Cheerios, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Lucky Charms. I chose Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Are we talking regular Cheerios or one of the specialty kinds?
Regular, I think.
Okay, not even Honey Nut Cheerios?
I don't think so, no.
Because I do like regular Cheerios. I would probably pick Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
There you go, buddy.
Lucky Charms to me is one of the more overrated cereals. The marshmallow to regular piece ratio is all off. It should have way more marshmallows and way fewer of the regular pieces.
Yeah.
So to me, Lucky Charms has been always kind of a little overrated.
You can buy, although this is too much to me, you can buy, I think, or at least there was a point where you could, like a limited edition where it was just the marshmallows.
Oh.
Which at that point, you're just buying a bag of marshmallows.
Eat a bowl of cereal and then go straight to the dentist. Like, do not go.
Right. It's not right. I don't even know if it's cereal at that point. It's just you just put a bowl of marshmallows in with some milk and eat that. So, anyways, a lot to get to on New England and the owners' meetings. Ben Volin of the Boston Globe now joining us on the Wester Hotline at Ben Volin. You want to follow him on Twitter. Check out his stuff there. So, let's start with Diggs, Ben, and what New England wants from him. Your reaction to the contract. I mean, this happens with every player in the league get the sticker shock of the big number, the way that the media and the agents put it out, that it's what it's worth up to. Then the guaranteed money comes out. So what's your opinion on what they actually invested in Diggs and what they want from him as a role?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the full details yet, so all I know are, kind of the agent-produced numbers, which is 3 for $69 with $26 million guaranteed. Haven't seen the structure of it, but I like that they signed him to a 3-year deal. It takes a little bit of the pressure off this year. It's still probably going to be a prove-it year for Stephon Diggs coming off the ACL, and he'll probably have a little bit of money guaranteed in year 2, but it still will kind of be a prove-it year. But I like that they signed him to a 3-year contract, give him a little runway to develop a rapport with Drake May, takes a little bit of the pressure off Diggs to be ready to go, for week 1. Like, maybe they can move him, bring him along a little bit more slowly as he comes back from that ACL. Ultimately, to me, the price doesn't matter. Like, they got the player, and that's what's most important for the Patriots. I viewed Diggs and Brandon Ayuk were the 2 most realistic targets for the Patriots this year as far as acquiring a top-end receiver or someone who could be. They badly need that. They have the worst receiver room in the NFL, a bunch of number 3 and number 4 receivers, and it's been that way for several years now. They haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver since Julian Edelman in 2019. So they need talent. To me, they should still try to get Travis Hunter at number 4. That would be a slam dunk for them. If you could have Travis Hunter and Stephon Diggs as your top 2 wide receivers. So they needed to get Drake May some help, and they did it. They obviously had to overpay for Diggs, given that no one wants to come to New England, and it's still a place where they have to overpay and pay kind of a loser's tax to get people to come here. But I think most importantly, they got the player. They had the money to spend. They didn't spend any money last year, so it's good to see them spending in free agency this year. And, the 2 big holes on the team were left tackle and wide receiver. They still need a left tackle, but I think Diggs, even at 31, even coming off an ACL, is going to be the best receiver they have there. And so I like the move for the Patriots. I think it was a no-brainer for them.
It's the second former Bills wide receiver they signed. The first was Mac Hollins, a fan favorite here in Buffalo, no doubt. He put together a nice AFC Championship game. He actually led the team in touchdown receptions, maybe played a little bit more at the receiver spot than people anticipated. What about his role in New England? I did notice that he had his best season with Josh McDaniels in Vegas. How much did that play into the Patriots signing him?
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part that there was a familiarity there with Mac Hollins, and they know exactly what type of player they're getting, and he's a guy who is going to obviously do a lot of work on special teams, but I expect him to be part of the offense, maybe the number 3 or number 4 receiver, similar to what he was in Buffalo and his last few stops, Miami and Las Vegas. Mac Hollins isn't going to be a 1,000-yard receiver, but he's a 6'4" guy, a red zone target. He's been in the league. He's had good, solid production. So I think the Patriots, clearly the contract they gave him, they wanted Mac Hollins, and they know him well, and he's going to fit in the culture that Mike Vrabel is trying to establish here. So, Mac Hollins, initially he was the only receiver they signed, the Patriots, and so it wasn't exactly something to get too excited about. But now that they've added Stephon Diggs too, it's like, okay, and they got Mac Hollins as well, and they're bringing back Demario Douglas, their slot receiver, and Kayshon Boutte, kind of had a nice year as a deep threat. So now their receiver room is rounding into form a little bit more, and if they can add a Travis Hunter to it, I think all of a sudden the Patriots are going to have a decent set of weapons for Drake May on offense.
Ben Volin with us. By the way, has Hollins given you a taste of his crazy personality yet in any way? He's done, I'm sure, a press conference by this point.
I believe he did a press conference, and he did walk in barefoot.
Of course.
He wasn't wearing the Fred Flintstone costume or anything like that. But, everyone's well aware of him. I'm kind of pumped because I discovered he went to my rival high school. We're both from the DMV area outside of D.C., and
okay.
He went to Wooten and I went to Churchill, so I'm going to have to give him talk some smack to him for that.
You just don't ask him to say where he went to college. So, funny story, true story. I have to go around to the Bills players to get the lineup, them saying name, position, and school for radio for the starting lineups, right? So, like you see on TV. And Matt Collins went to North Carolina, and I said, "Hey, can you say Matt Collins, wide receiver, North Carolina?" And he wouldn't say North Carolina, and I said, well, you could say, why won't you say North Carolina? And the reasoning was apparently they didn't give him a scholarship. So he's like, hey, when they because I gave them so much money, I don't need to recognize them. I don't think he hated on them necessarily the school, but he wouldn't do it. It was he shunned them for that, Ben.
Yeah,
that's interesting because my coworker Chris Price just wrote a profile of Matt Collins in yesterday or today's paper, and it said he went to UNC as a walk-on, but then it said they gave him a scholarship after a year. So, maybe he still holds some lingering bitterness there, or maybe he didn't get the full scholarship. I don't know, but that is an interesting point to keep in mind.
Yeah. So you've mentioned this a couple times about Hunter and him being a receiver. I've said this too, that just not even talking to you or anyone from the Patriots media, that just you look at the rosters and what the needs are. If Travis Hunter goes 4 to New England, that's to me where he would play the most receiver, most obviously. And if he were to be the pick, Ben, isn't this whole offseason just the linemen they've signed? They signed Bradbury, right? They've added a couple pieces up there. Drake May showed some really nice things in year one. I really liked what he showed as a rookie. He was under pressure a lot. And how do you feel that they are doing right now when it comes to surrounding him with enough to take the next step? And would Hunter just kind of be the cherry on top for that? Would he be kind of a critical piece of that, number one receiver right away level of player? How do you see the whole big picture with May standing at the center of it?
Yeah, I think it's probably not fair to Travis Hunter to expect him to come in and already be a dominant number one receiver. It's interesting. I was talking to Mike Tannenbaum the other day, the former Jets and Dolphins GM, and he thinks Travis Hunter should be a cornerback who plays 15 snaps a game on offense. And to me, if that's how you analyze him, if that's how you evaluate him, I don't know if I would take him at number 4, because to me the Patriots don't need a cornerback in today's NFL. Actually, is not nearly as important as a wide receiver. I mean, the idea of it's hard. It's really, really hard to be a shutdown corner in today's NFL with the NFL trending towards a quick passing offense and shorter, safer passes. It's really hard for corners to shut down. And you see that in the salary structure now. There's way more guys making $20 million on offense than there are guys at cornerback. It's trending less to being a real premium position. So if you don't have Travis Hunter evaluated as a full-time wide receiver, I don't know if you would take him at number 4. Personally, I would, because I just think wide receiver is, like I said, is a more important position right now than corner. And the thing holding the Patriots back is just a total, lack of playmakers on offense. They've been 31st and 30th in scoring the last 2 years, and just no one who can beat one-on-one coverage. So maybe if he comes in and is a receiver, Diggs in theory would be the number 1, but maybe with his ACL, coming back from that, maybe he's a little slow to return. But Travis Hunter, I would play him at wide receiver, and to me that would be a home run for the Patriots, just because of how bad their offense has been, and particularly at wide receiver, and they haven't been able to get anyone. I mean, they tried to trade for Brandon Ayuk last year, and they offered him a massive contract, and Ayuk said, no thanks, I don't want to go there. And Calvin Ridley turned down their money, and several
Godwin this year too, right?
Chris Godwin. Apparently the Patriots were writing him blank checks, and they couldn't get him to come. And I think what you're seeing in the NFL is if you want an elite talent, you have to draft him. Very rarely do these guys change teams and get away. You've got to draft the elite talent. So getting Travis Hunter would be a big win for the Patriots, because otherwise they are having trouble getting guys to come to New England. They have to way overpay them like they do for Stephon Diggs. Diggs was kind of the key piece to me. I liked what the Patriots had done in free agency. They really beefed up the defense. They got Milton Williams from the Eagles. They got cornerback Carlton Davis from the Lions, Robert Spillane, a linebacker from the Raiders. All nice moves, but it was incomplete until they really fixed the offense. Now, Stephon Diggs, I think, will go a nice ways to doing that. They still need to find a left tackle, but with all the money they've spent, close to $200 in guaranteed money this year, to me, the linchpin is really Stephon Diggs because they have to improve the offense and get Drake May some weapons.
Is there anybody who's left that hurts this team in some capacity, whether it's Gottschall, Jonathan Jones, Dietrich Wise, anybody? They brought in a lot of guys. Anybody that's left that you say, you know what, that would have been a guy that we've been nice to hold on to?
Probably not too many. And
Right.
that was the problem with the Patriots roster last year. It was a bunch of who are these guys, you know? And like Devon Gottschall is still a good player, you know, a run-stuffing defensive tackle, but I think they got rid of him because of a scheme change. I think they're trying to go lighter and quicker at defense, similar to what Vrabel did in Tennessee. And like they view Milton Williams as their version of Jeffrey Simmons. So like Devon Gottschall doesn't fit in like that. I guess David Andrews, the center, I'm a little surprised given how much of a leader he is in the locker room. He knows, obviously, Josh McDaniels' offense very well. You know, David Andrews is a guy that everyone really leaned on last year, including Drake May, even after Andrews got hurt. So I was a little surprised they kind of unceremoniously cut David Andrews. But, you know, he is a 10-year veteran coming off a shoulder injury. He's always been undersized, which is why he went undrafted in the first place. And the Patriots failed him on his physical, so obviously they don't know, injury-wise how good he's going to be this year. So I guess I was a little surprised that they, cut a team leader like that. But, football-wise, I do think that one made sense too.
What last one on New England? I'm going to get to some of the quickly on some of the league owners meeting stuff with you. You're going down there. Some of the over/under win totals came out this week in New England. I saw, at least at ESPN, was I think 7.5. What expectations for them this year? Is that about what expectations are, which is step up, maybe competing for a playoff spot, even squeaking in? Is that realistic to you, the idea that they could turn it around that quickly, go from bottom of the league to maybe competing for a playoff spot to the end of the year?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I don't think they're going to threaten the Bills for the division title yet or be a real AFC contender, but there's absolutely no reason why the Patriots can't be a playoff team this year. 3 teams this past year went from last place to the playoffs, most notably the Commanders. And they didn't have a tremendous roster. They got Jaden Daniels, and he was a big difference in the new culture there with Dan Quinn. So there's no reason you can't have a similar kind of breakout with Mike Vrabel now, with Drake May in year 2. They're not spending $200 million guaranteed to, go 7-10, to be honest. I think that would be kind of a disappointment. The last time they did this was 2021. They spent a ton of money in free agency, brought in guys like Hunter Henry, Matthew Judon, Kendrick Bourne, and that was Mac Jones' rookie year. And they went from, missing the playoffs the previous year under Cam Newton to 10-7 with Mac Jones. So to me, there's no reason why the Patriots can't go 9-8, 10-7, make the playoffs. It's probably best case scenario, but they have a lot more talent now. They spent all this money. They've got, I think, a much better coach. And look, they went 4-13 last year, and it was pathetic. They had the worst roster, the worst offensive talent, the worst offensive line, a coach in Gerard Mayo who, with all due respect, didn't really know what he was doing, and newcomers all across the board on the coaching staff. And they still won 4 games and could have easily won 7, with a little better coaching and a couple bounces. So I definitely see the Patriots bouncing back, being more competitive, and remaining alive for the playoffs through Week 18, and we'll see if they can sneak into a wild card spot.
So you're going down to the league owners meetings with Salas too. The thing that Diana Rossini was tweeting about today that I'm interested in, because kickoff stuff, unless you disagree with this, I don't know, the kickoff stuff feels like that probably passes where the touchback goes to the 35-yard line. I have not been thinking throughout this week and before that the tush push would get banned. But then I saw this tweet from Diana Rossini this morning about that there's growing appeal maybe to ban it. How does that look to you in your eyes? Before, you're not there yet, but the idea that they would ban it and whether or not they should ban it.
Well, so I saw that tweet from Diana too this morning, and I'm curious because, it doesn't matter what GMs and team presidents and agents and players say. It comes down to what the 32 owners have to say. And so I'd be curious, is she talking to owners or people underneath the owners? Because what the people underneath the owners say doesn't really matter. And, generally speaking, the owners will follow the recommendations of the competition committee. And the competition committee doesn't seem like they want to ban the tush push, mostly because it's barely used in the game. I saw some stats that the tush push was used on 0.2% of plays in the NFL season, and only 2 teams even called it more than 5 times, the Eagles and the Bills. And the Bills weren't even good at it. They got stuffed over and over in the playoffs. So you really would just be penalizing the Eagles here. And I think the competition committee is wary about, establishing new rules that really only affect one team. That said, I always go back to, I think it was the 2018 season where it was after Sean Payton and the Saints got jobbed in the playoffs with, a missed pass interference. And they were talking about, do we want to make pass interference reviewable by instant replay? And all spring, the competition was like, we are not for this. This is bad. We've never been and then the owners went and passed it anyway.
Right.
So, and they passed it for 1 year, and it was a disaster, and they got rid of it. Mm-hmm. Maybe there are a bunch, 24 teams that think the tush push is just ugly and not real football. But frankly, I'd be surprised if they ultimately voted that way. I just based on what the competition committee is saying, and I agree with that line of thinking. Like, why are we going to just because it looked ugly and just because the Eagles are good at it because they have Jalen Hurts who can squat 600 pounds? Why should we ban a play? Maybe come up with a way to stop it. And it's not like it's taken over the league or anything. It's just one team that does it well. So I personally would be surprised if they banned it. I would not be for it. My vote doesn't matter, of course. But all that really matters is whether 24 owners agree. And usually like they have these presentations. The competition committee will go over the pluses and minuses of a rule and kind of recommend what the owners should do. And usually they listen to them, but not always. So to me, it's still kind of up in the air.
Hey, real quick, what is going on with Joe Milton? He plays one game against the Bills, looks great. I mean, I'm on the sidelines watching this guy. I'm like, holy cow. I mean, he's got some skill. Now, I get it was against the Bills' primarily backup defense, but, now all of a sudden they signed Josh Dobbs, and it looks like they're looking to deal this guy. What's going on with him?
Yeah, I definitely think they signed Josh Dobbs kind of as insurance, to trade Joe Milton. And I don't think they're not going to just give Joe Milton away. Mm-hmm. I think they really want to cash in on that investment. He did fall in the 6th round. Yeah. So teams passed on him time and again last year, knowing that he's a physical freak at 6'5" and can throw the ball 90 yards and do standing backflips. So they still let him fall to the 6th round. But then once you see him on the field and see what he can do, it's like, man, I mean, there's always a coach out there who's like, oh, I can harness him and I can make him a superstar. And, I mean, his arm talent is just insane. I mean, the way he throws and just whips the ball into these tight windows is very impressive. So I definitely think the Patriots are looking to trade him. If they can get a 3rd-round pick before the draft, I think you jump at the opportunity to cash in a 6th-rounder for a 3rd-rounder in just 1 year. Would be a good return on investment. I think they are looking to move him just to give Drake May a little bit of breathing room. I mean, you're trying to establish your young quarterback. The last thing you want is this uber-talented other young quarterback just kind of sitting there, and every time Drake makes a mistake, it's like, what can Joe Milton do? Right. So I do think they are kind of motivated to trade him. The Giants look like a decent spot. The Cowboys, I was told, look out for maybe the Dallas Cowboys getting a better upgrade to Dak Prescott. The Steelers still might make some sense. I think they're, and he's locked in for 3 years on a minimum salary contract. So the guy is a total lottery pick. It's like, for a 3rd-round pick, why not? You pay him nothing. You can cut him if you need to if it doesn't work out. And his talent is just, the potential is off the charts. So I definitely see a Joe Milton trade coming. If the Patriots can get a 3rd-round pick, great. And if not, you give him the preseason to kind of showcase himself.
Ben Volin, the Boston Globe, at Ben Volin on Twitter. Great stuff as always. I don't know if you're coming up to St. John Fisher this year, but if you are, we'll have to get another golf round in. Well, now I might have to make the trip just based on that invitation alone. So thank you. Love the roster.
I'll see you Sunday, Monday, and into next week in some nice 85-degree weather poolside.
You guys.
Can't wait, Sal. Can't wait.
All right, buddy.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Ben Volin, Wester Hotline. Yeah, St. John Fisher, another. They're doing what? Are they just going year by year here?
Yeah, it's year by year, but I mean.
Because I saw 1 year. I guess I didn't even realize that it was up, but it's kind of up every year, right?
It's renewable, and we'll see, especially this year and next year. I mean, I don't think it's set right now, but I'd be surprised if they're not there again next year based on the new stadium still opening and the construction going on and things like that.
Right. Big news for my golf summer.
Yes,
for sure.
100%.
Love Rochester golf. When we come back, We'll get Pat Malacaro coming up at 8:45. Reset our draft conversation a little bit. I want to get your opinion on Diggs in New England and the role he'll have. I don't think he'll be number one receiver production numbers there. I think he'll help.
Really interesting what Ben said about all that.
Yeah.
Right?
Let's get to that quickly when we come back, and then we'll get to Pat coming up at 8:45 as the Bisons open up today at 2 o'clock. Stay tuned. This is WGR.
Sabres win over the Penguins last night, 7-3, third win in a row. Yuri Kulik scores twice, while Tage Thompson, Peyton Krebs, Tyson Kozak, Matthias Samuelsson, and Alex Tuch score the other 5. Sabres back in action on the road tomorrow against Philadelphia at 1 o'clock. March Madness back underway last night. More games tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear number 2 Michigan State take on number 6 Ole Miss right here on WGR. Following that game, you can also listen to number 1 Auburn take on number 5 Michigan at 9:45. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Yesterday, opening day in the MLB, but today is opening day for the Bisons. Bisons take on the Rochester Red Wings this afternoon. First pitch at 2:05. You can hear all of that game with Pat Malacaro on the call on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business.
Vinton Wagner defending. And now it's Darian Williams.
And this is who you want.
Knox will pick him up. Williams corkscrews up, off, and down! It's a 2-point lead. Final seconds. Wagner with it. Driving on Hawkins. Firing off. Texas Tech has won.
The great Kevin Harlan on the call. Texas Tech wins in overtime over Arkansas. John Calipari is out. That was the biggest seed left, 10-seed Arkansas. So now you got a lot of lower seeds remaining. Tournament continues tonight. Morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off today. Sal Capaccio is in a couple days before he heads down to the league owners' meetings. Coach Cal out. You hate Coach Cal?
I used to.
Villain?
I used to. I don't anymore.
Patino is my villain.
Nah, I've always liked Patino, but Cal I never really liked, but he's grown on me the last several years, and this year especially because I've always just believed it's all about recruiting, and he was cutting corners and however that worked, paying guys or whatever. But sure. he did a really good job with that team this year. He did,
yeah,
and I respect what he's done.
Yeah,
so I like that, but I never was a Calipari fan. I've always liked Patino.
So Texas Tech is through.
Yeah.
With all the 4-1 seeds still remaining.
So we had Ben Volin on a minute ago.
Yeah.
I asked him about Joe Milton. He mentioned the Dallas Cowboys, which made me remember a guy that you have loved so much. What has happened to Trey Lance? He is just gone. He's out of the league. He actually has now a CFL team.
I think that
is possibly signing him. I have to go back and see how that works, but he's like on their
negotiating list, they called it.
Yes.
Right?
But he's not, nobody in the NFL wants him, it seems like.
Probably. I think that's probably right. There is a chance, though, to me, that there is a team that wants to take a flyer on him as a backup, and Lance is just thinking, I got to get somewhere where I could play. The thing that I've always said about Lance, I don't know if he's any good. He's thrown 400 passes in his life, including high school and college. He played 1 season of college. He just needs to play. The guy has, I don't know, a lot of it's probably his own doing, is the path he took to the NFL. Trey Lance was a big guy, right? Pretty strong arm, raw skills, and he's 24 years old, and he's thrown a football less than Josh Allen did in 1 season for his life. How are you supposed to develop when you never play competitive football? But part of that is probably his own doing. He left school early.
You remember the Bills?
That was his. He probably got told, well, you could go really high in the draft if you leave school early. But the consequence is now you're 24 years old and you've basically played no football for the last 5 years, 6 years.
I believe. Well, first of all, do you remember the Bills were reportedly they had made an offer for Lance?
Yeah.
And they wound up being...
Matt Maiocco from San Francisco, I think, reported that.
I truly believe that the game Josh Allen had in San Francisco played a role. He was in Arizona when they beat San Francisco, played a role in the Niners trading up to draft Lance because I think they saw firsthand what a freak like that can do.
I think Shanahan's even admitted it.
And said, get me that guy.
Yeah.
Get me that guy. And he just wasn't ready, and it hasn't worked out. Do you know what they traded to get Trey Lance?
Oh, man.
They're so lucky they got Brock Purdy. And I'm not telling you he's great, but he's good enough. That's for darn sure.
Was it 3 firsts?
They swapped from 3 to 12.
Yep.
Right? So they move up from 12 to 3.
Yeah.
Miami goes down to 12. They also get the next 2 first-round picks and a third.
Wow. Because I think I've seen the trade chart at the end of the day, and like Miami got Tyreek Hill from that trade. However, it worked out. The picks Miami got, somehow they used them to get Tyreek Hill, I believe. Or no, am I thinking of the Tunsil trade?
The Tunsil trade was...
I'm thinking of the Tunsil trade, maybe. Whatever it is. Okay. Whoever traded with San Francisco for Trey Lance got like a million amazing things.
Well, that was Miami.
No, it was Miami.
Miami had traded with Houston that acquired one of the picks that they used in this trade. That was the Laramie Tunsil deal.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I thought you were going to go with maybe Milton for the Bills as a backup because they liked Lance a couple years ago. But
maybe.
I don't think that's in division, though.
But it just seems like the Bills want to operate with, give me somebody who, if Josh Allen was to miss a few games, can at least steady the ship.
Right.
They don't need somebody with
potential development
high variance or something like that. But I do think the Bills are in a position now where at some point they should probably want to at least bring a younger quarterback into the fold. Yep. Maybe they feel that Shane Buechele, by the way, who they did resign to a futures contract and will compete.
Right. We'll take a break a little bit early here. We got Pat Malacaro coming up next, voice of the Buffalo Bisons. They open today at 2 o'clock. We'll talk about the Bison season coming up next. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio here on WGR. First pitch today against Rochester. Pat Malacaro now joining us from the ballpark. Voice of the Buffalo Bisons. Morning, Pat.
Joe, great to chat with you. It's always fun after all the plans that we go through every season to get ready for today that it's finally here. I love opening at home instead of being on the road. 2:05 can't come soon enough.
2:05 today, so you'll be on the Bet 1520 starting at 1:05 today for some pregame coverage of the season. And let's get into, what I saw, by the way, the GM said today about, or was it yesterday, about the 50-degree guarantee. If it's under 50 degrees, then there's a guarantee with your ticket.
Yeah, if the temperature at game time, and we're going to rely on Buster for this one, so I know he wants to please the fans. If it does not get to 50 degrees at first pitch, fans will get a game ticket to come back in April again. So even if the Bisons win today and the temperature doesn't get to 50, it's a double win for the fans today. And looks like hopefully the rain is going to hold out. Every forecast that we've seen and heard today is that we'll definitely get through pregame, start of the game, should be good throughout the course of the game. So still plenty of time to get down here and hopefully enjoy a dry day at Salem Field.
I just said to Joe a little while ago, I don't think I've ever seen thousands of people cheering for exactly 49 degrees in my life. But that's what's going to happen today, just so you know. They want it as warm as possible, but give me that free ticket.
It's always funny because the third base side is the sun side of the ballpark. So, when you get to later in the day, you see everybody migrate from the first base to the third base side because we all know when it's cold out, you just feel 5-10 degrees warmer in the sun, and when you're in the shadows, it's 5 or 10 degrees colder, so everybody kind of heads over to third base no matter what the temperature is.
All right, so today against Rochester, let's start with some of what you expect in the ballpark if you're coming down today or for games coming up. The food offerings this year, that's always my first question. What are we looking at for some ballpark food?
Yeah, it's Salem Field, right? So you can get the same great staples of a Salem's hot dog here at the ballpark to go along with your beverage of choice. Our friends at Salem's, we know they're more than just a hot dog company, and they put out some great products. A buffalo wing dip this year is going to be one of those new items that'll be served here at the ballpark. You can get it some of the concession stands. The Consumers Pub at the Park Restaurant has a good buffet. So something we bring back, we're happy to bring back this year. It's not a food item, but everywhere I go, fans have ice cream and Dippin' Dots in those mini helmets. We didn't have them for so many years. That's one of those things that'll be back for fans to enjoy on select dates this year, of that souvenir you can take home from the game and kind of display it if you want at home.
There's a new sound system in the ballpark, too?
There is, and you think about this ballpark opened in 1988, and a lot of things are original to the ballpark, including the sound system. The speakers themselves are the same. They've been in the ballpark for several years, but it's everything behind the scenes, all the wiring that's been beaten down by 35-plus years of Buffalo winners. All that stuff needed to be replaced, and let's be honest, you guys know it too, technology has changed so much. We can broadcast from our cell phones now. The technology has changed. We have 7 or 8 rack units. They're about 6 feet tall, 7 feet tall, and they held old school amplifiers in them. Those have all been replaced, new wiring. Everything has been whittled down to one single rack unit where everything goes in and out of. It's digital. Our friends at Capstream, who are from Olean, so that's another great part of this story, is it's a local company who came in, rebuilt our sound system from the ground up essentially for us, and they can at any time just go in. If something doesn't sound right to us, they can go in, adjust a couple of things, tweak it here and there. And that's another part of this as well, is we always listen to fan feedback, whether it be game times, the sound system, the concession items, whatever. This is one of the most talked about items on the ballpark to-do list, and finally we're glad to finally have that checked off the box.
You have opening day today, and of course a lot of other great theme nights, theme days, lots of promotions going on. They do a great job over there at the Buffalo Bisons, including, by the way, the Micah Hyde charity softball game in itself on May 4th, and then Kids Day, and of course Star Wars night as well. What can you tell us about some of the new theme nights and the ones that are returning, Pat?
Yeah, this year for Star Wars Night, it's Ahsoka is the theme of the jersey. Our general manager, Anthony Sprague, has been trying to get this jersey approved by Lucasfilms for several years. And that's one thing I think fans should know is every team does a Star Wars Night, but not every team is able to send a script to Lucasfilms to be approved, and those in-between inning vignettes that eventually result in an on-field fight scene at the end of the show before fireworks. that's something unique to us. Well, we've had such great success with dates like Star Wars Night or even Superhero Night in the past. We're adding to it this year. Harry Potter Night in August is going to be, I think, one of our biggest nights of the year. There's a scarf giveaway. We have one sample of it in the ballpark. It's a really good quality scarf. It's got all the 4 colors of the different houses from Harry Potter on it as well. So fans are going to want to come and get that at the ballpark this year. And my personal favorite is Reverse Retro Throwback Thursdays. For fans of the Sliding Buster logo, I know that's one thing on social media people ask all the time, when is it coming back? And we're throwing it back to 1998 with the modern twist on it, where it's the Sliding Buster jersey, and it'll be sleeveless. I know that was the look in 98 and 99. That was the theme of the futuristic look of sleeveless jerseys. The Bisons will wear sleeveless jerseys with the Sliding Buster and the cap as well every Thursday starting April the 10th. I can't wait because I've helped plan a lot of those fun things of that day out. I can't wait for that to first get here in April.
The reverse retro jerseys, the reverse is that the colors, though, will be the current color scheme, right?
Yeah, and red, white, and blue color scheme as opposed to the green, black, and red color scheme of the 98. And that's the other unique part of this is we all know that Soaring Buster, that Soaring B logo from the championship year in 2004, but the Sliding Buster with the Soaring B on the cap of these reverse retros is paying tribute to that 1998 season where they only wore that look 1 year and then it kind of got scrapped and we don't like the look of this. Let's change it to just the Soaring B. So we're not just throwing it back, but trying to pay tribute to what was a championship year here in 1998.
Yeah, those will be worn. I see on April 10th against Durham. They'll be wearing those, and then other nights throughout the year. So, what about the team itself? Players to be excited about? Maybe guys that are highly thought of in the Blue Jays organization. What are a couple of players that you've got your eye on this year?
Yeah, there are 2 players in the top 10 in the MLB Pipeline top prospect pool for the Blue Jays. Relvis Martinez was here for the majority of last season. Did get suspended for 80 games last year, but came back at the end of the year and is back as the number 3 prospect in the Blue Jay organization this year. Did get to the big leagues for a game as well. Excited to see him in a Bison uniform again this year. And Jake Bloss was acquired from the Astros as part of the Yusei Kikuchi trade. It was Bloss, Joey Loperfido, who's here in Buffalo, and Will Wagner, the son of Billy Wagner, all 3 acquired in a trade. Bloss is the number 6 prospect on MLB Pipeline's list, and he's a guy that can throw 6-7 pitches. I think of Chris Bassett. The comp I've been given was Chris Bassett with more velocity. He can throw upper 90s fastball with good movement on it, 6-7 different pitches he can throw at you, and somebody the Blue Jays are very high on. So much like Alan Roden made his Major League debut yesterday after being the International League Player of the Month in August here in Buffalo last year, that's one of my favorite parts of this job is we get to see all these young players, all this young talent here in Buffalo before they go to Toronto, and then to see their Major League debut. There's going to be a lot of those stories hopefully here this year.
All right, Pat Malacaro, 2:05 first pitch. He'll be on the call today against the Rochester Red Wings. Sal will be there. I'm planning to come, Pat, solo with a book is my plan. Taking the game while reading a little bit too. Reading Moneyball. So seems like the appropriate book, baseball book.
Great book.
All right, Pat. Thanks for joining us today, and enjoy the season. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys.
Pat Malacaro, 1520 today, if you want to listen to the play-by-play of that game. When we come back, let's get into Diggs a little bit. We talked with Ben Volin about the role Diggs will have in New England. I want Sal's opinion on just the Patriots in general and the division, and I think they're kind of climbing to maybe being the biggest threat. I don't know how much of a threat that'll be right away, but good conversation about New England this offseason. That when we come back, 803-0550 is the phone number. It's a Friday. We're heading into the weekend here on WGR.
Good morning. The Buffalo Sabres rout the Pittsburgh Penguins last night 7-3, winning their third game in a row. Yuri Kulich scores twice for the Sabres. Other goals scored by Tage Thompson, Peyton Krebs, Tyson Kozak, Matthias Samuelsson, and Alex Tuch. The Sabres are back in action on the road tomorrow against the Philadelphia Flyers for a 1 o'clock faceoff. One of the top picks in the NFL draft reportedly won't be working out at his pro day today. Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter, his agent Drew Rosenhaus tells Adam Schefter of ESPN that the player won't be working out at the team's pro day today because he is reportedly still recovering from a shoulder injury he sustained against Boise State. Carter's projected to go in the top 3 of this year's draft, being the first defensive player off the board in many mock drafts. Many of those mocks also have him going to the Cleveland Browns at number 2 overall. March Madness back underway last night in the round of Sweet 16. Number 1, Duke took down number 4, Arizona 100-93. Number 2, Alabama demolishes number 6, BYU 113-88. 1 seed Florida beat 4 seed Maryland 87-71, and number 3 Texas Tech wins a close game in overtime over number 10 Arkansas 85-83. 4 more games coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear 2 seed Michigan State take on 6 seed Ole Miss right here on WGR. Following that game, you can also listen to 1 seed Auburn take on 5 seed Michigan at 9:45. Also in action tonight, 2 seed Tennessee takes on 3 seed Kentucky at 7:39, and rounding out the action tonight, number 1 Houston takes on number 4 Purdue. Coverage of the NCAA tournament on WGR and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. Yesterday was opening day for the MLB, but today is opening day for the Buffalo Bisons. The Bisons take on the Rochester Red Wings this afternoon with a first pitch of 2:05. You can hear that all of that game with Pat Millicaro on the call on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Price doesn't matter. They got the player, and that's what's most important for the Patriots. To me, Diggs and Brandon Ayuk were the 2 most realistic targets for the Patriots this year as far as acquiring a top-end receiver or someone who could be. They badly need that. They have the worst receiver room in the NFL, a bunch of number 3 and number 4 receivers, and it's been that way for several years now. They haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver since Julian Edelman in 2019. So they need talent. To me, they should still try to get Travis Hunter at number 4. That would be a slam dunk for them. You could have Travis Hunter and Stephon Diggs as your top 2 wide receivers. So they needed to get Drake May some help, and they did it.
Ben Volin, our guest from last hour on Stephon Diggs going to New England. Good morning. It's Friday morning. Almost at the weekend. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. He'll be back next week. I'll be off next week. I'll be in Charlotte. Going to visit my mom, play some golf. I'm also going to an MLS soccer game. That will be my first time at the Carolina football stadium, the Panther Stadium. I don't know what it's called. You have not been to that stadium, right?
Yes, I have.
No, you have. Josh Allen hasn't been to that stadium.
Ooh. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, Josh Allen has
Wait a minute.
He will this year.
He had to in preseason. They played in preseason a couple years ago.
They played here in his rookie year. The first preseason action he had, I think, was against the Panthers here, but then he was there.
They played in preseason. It was the week of the Matt Araiza stuff going on. Because I remember that, and It was rainy, really rainy, in the tunnel.
Was that the game he was supposed to play and didn't because it started raining?
No, I think it was in Pittsburgh, but...
Yes, you're right, Pittsburgh. I just remember there was a preseason game where he was supposed to play and then didn't because it started raining.
Bank of America Stadium.
Bank of America Stadium.
Yeah, I'll be going to a soccer game there next weekend. So looking forward to that too. Sal's going to Florida, league owners meetings.
At Carolina, August 26th of 2022.
Okay. So he hasn't played a regular season.
Well, he didn't play, though. I don't think.
So he hasn't played.
Right.
This year, though, right? They're in Carolina this year.
Yes.
I want to get to Diggs in a second here. You look at the Bills' schedule. How do you feel like this works out? They were undefeated at home last year. Hadn't lost at home all last year. And they had a couple losses on the road. This year, their home schedule versus their road schedule, all the Bills' toughest games are at home. Like, their road schedule looks pretty easy. So I wonder how that ends up shaking out in their record. Because if they're able to... them going undefeated at home is going to be unrealistic this year, I think, given the quality of the opponent. But you never know. They're going to run through their road schedule. in my opinion. The road schedule for the Bills, they have their division, and then it's Pittsburgh, who doesn't presently have a quarterback, probably Rodgers, Atlanta, Carolina, Cleveland, and Houston. That's a really easy road schedule versus the home schedule, which is Baltimore, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Tampa even isn't the easiest game in the world. Like the Saints are their only non-division game at home where you might think, okay, yeah, they should easily take care of business there. So I don't know what that ends up meaning for the record. It might just balance out that, this year their road record's going to be incredible and maybe their home record, has a couple of losses mixed in along the way.
Mike asked me the other day about what's the chances that the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Bengals all on the home schedule.
Yep.
If any of them is a 1:00 Sunday game.
No, I don't think so.
It's got to be either primetime or
there'll be
4:25.
A couple
maybe
of those will be
right?
Yeah, there'll be a couple of 4:00, 4:25 games in there.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas City always seems to be 4:25, right?
Yep.
But no, they're 1:00 home games this year. Like, you never know how it'll play out. But New Orleans, I would bet for that. And then 2 of your division games. Is that too many though? Do I have 6? That's 5 home games that would be considered, prime time or, national window games, more so 4:25. I don't know how many Sunday 1:00 games you're going to be getting this year.
Right.
Fans are used to that, though, at this point. So there's New England sitting on the schedule, of course, obviously, home and away. Ben talking about Diggs there. He sounds like the expectation is that Diggs is going to be their number one and that he's going to come in and be super meaningful for Drake May. I don't know. He had awesome separation numbers last year, but he did it in the slot. There's actually numbers you could look at that he never saw press coverage because he never was on the outside to see press coverage. And then he tore his ACL. And he already looked like a little bit of a declining player. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know how you view his addition there, Sal, like how meaningful it will be. I think it's meaningful, but I kind of see him, I said this earlier in the week, I see him more as the Cole Beasley ad for Drake May, the safe, secure, underneath, middle of the field guy, more than I see him as what Diggs was for Allen the first go-round for a young quarterback and Diggs. So I think he'll be good there, but like to me, he talks about Travis Hunter. That's the move I would still be more obsessed with. I don't feel like I have a premier number one receiver yet if I'm New England. I got a guy, a professional receiver, and they had trouble doing that even. But if I want this young quarterback to have every tool he needs to take the next big step, they are still missing a premier number one receiver.
Yeah, you're talking about the Patriots.
Yes, in May.
When Ben was talking about Diggs and he said if they get Travis Hunter, they would be your top 2 receivers.
Yeah.
That's telling you right there, they view Stephon Diggs as clearly their number one, at least from his perspective. If you look at their roster, I get it, but what does that look like? As Stephon Diggs is your true number one right now at his age coming off that injury.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you want to do better than that. Last year before the injury, he was much more efficient first half of last year with Houston than he was in the second half of the year prior with the Bills. What was he in Houston? He wasn't the number one.
No, and he was
Nico
in a good
Collins.
role in Houston.
Yeah.
That was a good role for him. And he was catching the ball and putting up some decent numbers. But yeah, I don't know how you can expect him to be a true number one like he was in Buffalo in 2021 and 22. Yeah. To me, it doesn't fit like that.
So what is New England then to you right now? Most, I think, would feel about them that they're on their way to being the biggest threat to the Bills in the division.
Mm-hmm.
But what kind of threat is that this year? It's not. Like, the Bills are the biggest favorite to win their division in the league right now. By the odds, they are the biggest betting favorite to win their own division.
And I understand why, and they should be.
Because New England, even improving a lot from last year, is doing what? Going from 4 wins to
8 at the most?
Yeah, not competing with the Bills.
I think they might be the second best team in the division, though. And what does that say about the Dolphins and Jets?
Yeah. Well, it says the Jets are at Justin Fields at quarterback, and Miami's at the end.
I think so.
I think Miami's at the end of their window.
But they don't think they are, which is the worst spot to be in. where you are at the end, but the organization kind of doesn't believe. Because if they believe that, they wouldn't have Tyreek Hill on their roster making like $24 million on a cap hit, whatever it is.
Right. So New England at least is tracking up. Do you feel like they have made the right moves, though, for maybe not this year is the year they're competing with the Bills, but within 2 years, 3 years?
I think they're the right coach. They obviously have a lot of money. They're going out and spending it. Questions about if they spend it on the right players. You could see some different sites that say, well, they overspent here and overspent there. But that's what you do when you have a lot of money and you're bad and you're trying to reset. And so I understand that. But the thing that I come back to with them is they have the quarterback. They have the quarterback. I like him. He's a young, good quarterback. And they have a good coach who's won in this league. Mm-hmm. I think he'll put together a good defense. Yeah, I mean, like even a guy like Harold Landry, who wasn't that great in Tennessee last year, he was really good under Mike Vrabel, right? Mm-hmm. So he'll figure out how to do this. But I don't know I don't know how they're going to score a ton of points, enough points.
Right.
And they're going to have to play close games, not a lot of margin for error. But if you make mistakes, they'll capitalize because I think they'll be more buttoned up than they have been. And you're probably looking again at a team that might be able to creep towards 500.
Right. And at the end of the day, it all really just comes down to what's Drake May going to be? Because like Miami's been a headache, you know, to some extent. Not when they've played head to head, but in the standings they've been a headache. They have a good quarterback. They have a good quarterback. Tua is good, and they built an offense around him that works. And what did it get them to? They made the playoffs a couple of times. They never won the division though. Throughout this whole window here, they have not won they had a 4-game lead at one point, didn't they? Or was it a 3-game lead when they lost to the Titans and lost to the Bills in Week 18? They had a multi-game lead in December and didn't close the deal and didn't win the division, and now they probably never will with this current window they have right now, Tyreek Hill and the rest. But Tua was only, like in my eyes at least, Tua was only pretty good. Tua didn't have that extra gear, that extra ceiling that they probably needed to be on the same playing field with the Bills. And May, I wonder what that ceiling is for him. If he is going to be at 6'4", 225 and a great athlete, if he's going to be one of the top-tier quarterbacks in the league, then you can really get to, all right, well, now we got a real rivalry here, a real battle year to year. But it's all going to come down to what does May become. And to your point about Vrabel, I do think they are making the right hires and acquisitions to get him to that level. You know, they're kind of going along the Bills' trajectory where Allen comes in, he flashes some athleticism, and then what was that next year about? It was about, well, let me build up the line a little bit and let me get him some professional receivers. The Bills did Beasley and Brown before they did the Diggs move. But it was about, we got to make sure Allen's got everything he needs to take his next steps. And that is what the phase New England's in. Every move they make to me is just about they got to maximize Drake May. Because the only way they're ever a real challenger to the Bills is that guy's got to become one of the best quarterbacks in football. And he might have the talent to do it, but he's got to actually do it. And his organization needs to surround him with the right pieces to do it.
And right now, what are they missing? The two most important things that every young quarterback needs. A number one receiver.
And a left tackle. Yeah. And I don't see...
Those are the two glaring issues on offense.
Right. And I don't see how they're going to do that this offseason. There's Brandon Ayuk smoke again. I think the Niners want to trade him by Tuesday. He's got a big bonus coming on Tuesday. And you're seeing reports like bi-weekly now that, they want to trade Ayuk or they would trade Ayuk. I mean, you could do that if you're New England. Ben even told us, said an hour ago, they were in on that a year ago. But he's coming off a torn ACL too. Mm-hmm. 2 receivers off torn ACLs. So you're number one receiver... Matt Collins might be their number one perimeter receiver right now. And then the line, that's the other thing. The line, look what it's done for Allen. I mean, the Bills have a great offensive line right now, and how much easier things can be when you have that. May was running for his life a lot last year. And he flashed the athleticism to kind of get away from that. But you got to be able to hang in the pocket and make throws. And they did a couple of things. Garrett Bradbury on the line. That group and then number one receiver are still definitely missing components before I would ever say they're challenging for a division. So for now, I don't feel like the Bills have a challenger.
I agree, and I know that anything can change. Obviously, to me, what's the pathway for any of these teams to actually challenge the Bills this year? The only pathway is for the Bills to have bad injuries or just a really rough year in some capacity that we don't see.
Right.
I don't think it's them. Like, can you see suddenly the Dolphins having a 12-win season and lighting it up? I can't, just based on their roster. Can you say that with the Jets?
No.
Can you see that with the Patriots?
Almost definitely not.
The only way would be the
They'd
Bills.
have to have like a Jaden Daniels level season.
The only way would be for the Bills to fall back to them.
Right.
And the winner of the division has 10 wins, let's say.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right?
I definitely. Yeah, it's more about the Bills
Yes.
falling than it is about any of the other three having the ability to rise to their. I mean, especially Miami doesn't have that in them, right? I don't think so. We've seen their ceiling.
Yes.
And it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It can make the playoffs. But their ceiling also includes. That's why their whole build was just kind of faulty. Their quarterback has played 5-6 years in the NFL. He's made it through one season healthy.
And they get
play the law of or play the odds there. He's probably going to miss 3-4 games this year. And what do they look like when he misses? They can't win.
And then they get to November, and it's tough for them to win because of the way they play football, and they're not built for that type of football. November, December, and playoffs.
That's probably the bigger point. The bigger point, even than Tua missing a few games, is they look the same every year when it gets to November.
I mean, look, and Mike McDaniel is a really smart offensive coach. I think he is a great example of you can be the smartest coordinator and scheme everything up. It doesn't mean you're going to translate that to being a really good head coach. I mean, I really like Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
I have no idea if he's going to be a good head coach.
Right.
But he certainly can coach the hell out of offense.
Yeah. You think McDaniel's done if they miss this year?
I think he might be. I think Chris Greer is almost definitely done if they miss.
I saw the other day. How long has he been there? He's been there because he precedes McDaniel.
He's had like 3 coaches now that he's hired, right?
Yeah, Flores is him.
Yep.
McDaniel is him. Does he go back to who's before Flores?
Who's before that?
He's been their general manager since 2016.
Oh my God. Yeah.
He's a longer tenured GM than Brandon Beane is, and he hasn't won a playoff game.
So he was hired in 2016?
Brother of Mike.
He hires Adam Gase. Or maybe Gase preceded him, but they started the same year.
Yikes.
And then Flores and then McDaniel.
Yikes.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I wonder if McDaniel gets fired if they just lose in the playoffs. Like they have the same season they always do, where they start hot and they squeak in at the end and they're a 7 seed in the playoffs and they get smoked in round 1.
You know they have the longest playoff win drought in the NFL.
Yes. Me and Nate looked at this the other day. 2000?
2000.
Yeah.
Last time they won a playoff game was 2000, so it's been 24 years. 25 going on. I would think if you had to put money on what happens first, the Jets make the playoffs or the Dolphins win a playoff game, you probably lean Dolphins because of where the Jets are.
Yeah.
Or would you not? What happens first?
What happens first? I do kind of like Aaron Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
But how long does that take him to kind of get everything in order there?
Bullpen, what happens first? The Jets make the playoffs or the Dolphins win a playoff game? Oh, that's the bullpen.
I think I'd say Jets make the playoffs. The Dolphins are not winning a playoff game anytime soon. And it's not just the coach. You know, like, if New England indeed is the second best team in the division this year, and Miami misses the playoffs, and like it kind of feels like it's over there for McDaniel, it's not just McDaniel. This is the end of the Tyreek Hill era. I thought it would be over already, the way he sounded after the final game of the year. He quit on the team. Remember the Hard Knocks clip of Waddle looking back at the sidelines like, yo, you done? He's like, yeah, I'm out. He pulled himself out of the game. The starters weren't pulled.
I'm stunned he's still on the team. I agree. I mean, after everything that happened, I thought it was that was it.
And then after that, in post-game, he's like, yeah, I've enjoyed my time here. Like, he basically announced his departure from the Dolphins, and he's just going to stay there. But even if, he's going to go another year. He's 31 years old, and he just came off a giant decline from 1,800 yards to 959. Didn't miss a game. Played the whole season. Something happened. Did he lose a step? If not, I mean,
Did you read the article by Armando Salguero about him?
About Hill? No.
Oh, it was great. I had Armando on the day it dropped. Like, he literally writes it. I'm like, dude, you got to come on and talk about it.
I think I saw pieces from
it. was
him.
Great. He's basically like, you got to get rid of this guy now. Like, now's the time. You have to trade him.
Yeah.
And he went through all these reasons, which was interesting. Tua's a good point because you just don't know. He's such a wild card. And yes, I think that what you said is exactly right. He's the only quarterback that works for that offense that they have.
Yeah.
You can't miss him. He has to stay healthy. And if he does, and his history is he probably won't, but he has to, no matter what. We've seen that before. Then it comes to the Jets. I heard you and Nate talking about Justin Fields and whether or not signing Fields takes them totally out of the quarterback conversation.
Yeah.
It's an interesting conversation because I don't think it does. But I also don't know if there's anyone that rises to that. Here's what I think happens for the Jets.
Do you think it does in round 1?
No. I think the Jets draft a quarterback on day 2.
Okay.
And honestly, like, I have a cousin who's a big Jets fan.
Yeah.
He keeps asking me about Kyle McCord, right? Like, this is the kind of guy. And you look at a guy like that and say, okay, he might be okay in the NFL. But if you don't love him enough in the first round, how much of a game changer is he, right? But maybe there are second-round picks that become... Russell Wilson was a second-round pick, right? I think third round pick. Sorry,
yeah.
Kirk Cousins was second, I think.
No, Cousins was 5th.
What was he? Jeez, what am I doing here?
Who are you thinking of that was a second?
I don't know. Who was second that year?
Who was a second-round pick? Derek Carr was a second-round pick.
Yeah. My apologies. Early morning on Friday. No, but you're right. But here's the deal. Yeah. You can. I think the Jets are going with Justin Fields for a year. The way the contract is structured, they can get out of it after a year, but they can also keep him around if they like him.
Right.
And then you draft a guy on day 2 and say, let's see where it goes.
Yeah. I think it probably takes them out of quarterback
Cousins,
at 7.
4th round pick, Kelvin Shepard. I don't think that's the real Kelvin Shepard in the chat, but thank you, Kelvin, for letting us know. JJ Paterka was a 2nd round pick. That's a great one.
Jalen Hurts was a 2nd round pick.
You guys are great. I love it.
Jalen Hurts was a 2nd round pick. There was I'm looking at draft history right now for quarterbacks. There was a long time where none of these 2nd round guys were. Christian Hackenberg, for instance, Deshaun Kaiser. You had some bad ones in that round. But McCord's interesting, too, because he is a very different style than Justin Fields. I thought you were going to say Jalen Milroe.
It would be amazing if it was the new defensive coordinator of the Lions, Kelvin Shepard, in our chat talking about the Buffalo Bills. That would be absolutely awesome.
That would be wild.
Thank you, Kelvin, for coming in.
Yeah, I think that it takes them out of drafting round 1 quarterback. I kind of like Milroe there.
The latest on Milroe is apparently the Steelers love him.
Yeah. That keeps coming up.
Mm-hmm.
But you have the debate of, do they love him as a day 2 guy, or there's even some that, like, do they love him enough to draft him at the end of round 1?
I mean, doesn't some of this depend on Rodgers?
Maybe it
You're
doesn't.
not drafting a quarterback in round 1 if you get Rodgers, right? I mean, are your assets better spent? Maybe. Yes, you could make the argument you only have Rodgers for a year anyway, right? So go ahead and do it.
Is that the holdup right now?
I guess.
What is the holdup? I mean, it's probably Rodgers, right? Just being Aaron Rodgers is the holdup. Or maybe the Steelers are telling him, we love you for a year and we're not going to start a rookie, but we might draft a quarterback. Like, we're not. You got to know there's going to be a first-round rookie behind you if you're coming in here. That could be. That could be.
I know you like to. I'm talking with a guy here co-hosting with Sneaky Joe DiBiase, who loves to bang on the Steelers whenever he gets a chance.
Number 1 Tomlin hater, probably. Yeah.
All right, so have they completely botched their quarterback situation?
This offseason?
Yeah.
Botched. I don't think there was a lot to botch in the first place, if that makes sense. But kinda, yeah. Tomlin kind of. I don't even know that I hated the move when he made it. And again, I don't know what the downside is. If you go from Russell Wilson to Aaron Rodgers, you might even think you're improving a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But by handling the quarterback situation the way he did last year, I think he alienated both quarterbacks. There's maybe to do with different issues though. Fields, does he stay? Is he still their quarterback if he never turns to Russell Wilson? I bet he is. They just said Fields is playing good. He's winning games. We're gonna stick with him.
Do you know why? Because Justin Fields, part of the reason he left is because he felt that he was, I guess, disrespected by how they treated him after he played so well.
And Wilson, I guess it was another thing where he and Arthur Smith had a battle about, him having the ability to change plays, the line of scrimmage and whatnot. So they maybe kind of annoyed both guys enough to the end where they wanted to leave. So, did they botch it, though? Because if they sign Rodgers, to me, they kind of are going to have the same level of quarterbacking, which is, all right, guy's pretty good. He's not, I mean, in Wilson's case, it's similar. He's not as good as he used to be. So, to me, the botching is that they never have the top draft pick to go get a guy. But maybe that happens. I've said this about Pittsburgh. I think there is a year coming where it's going to bottom out. I don't know if it's this year, especially if Rodgers is the quarterback, but if he doesn't go there and Mason Rudolph is suddenly the quarterback, then I'm much more open to it being this season. 803-0550 is the phone number. Heading into the weekend, we'll check in on the bullpen when we come back. See what they've got going on in here. They're talking about the division. And Sal's question about what happens first. The Jets make the playoffs or the Dolphins win a playoff game.
I've been wanting to have a good conversation with you about Ovechkin and Gretzky.
Let's do that, too.
Can we do that?
Yeah, because actually, interestingly enough, coincidentally, I should say, I'm going to be in D.C. on Sunday when the Sabres play the Capitals, but I think there is a 0% chance that he'll score.
Are you going to the game?
No.
Oh, okay.
Unless...
No, he needs
what would
6
he have
goals.
to have?
He needs 6.
It's still 6? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we did it in that game. That's not going to happen. It would be amazing if
he has one more.
Terrible.
He has one more game in between. No more games.
That's his next game is against the Sabres.
All right, yeah, I'm probably not going.
Yeah.
If I'm in DC, I'm not going to go to a Sabre game.
Why? I'm going to see the
not
Sabres.
Now. If the game was meaningful,
that's all right. It's
cherry blossom season. I want to spend my time checking out the cherry blossom museums and whatnot. 803-0550 is the phone number. Wayne Gretzky and Ovechkin, you got a thought on our Jets Dolphins question? You can get that in too. Stay tuned. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio here on WGR.
well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
No.
See, that's why I love it.
We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? Let's find out, like, they're after something.
Let's check in on the bullpen and what they've got going on. I did see in there earlier that I forgot about this. The Rays are playing at George Steinbrenner Stadium in Florida.
The entire season.
The whole season.
Yes.
Yeah. No Jackson Dart love, says Calvin Shepard. Do you have an opinion on Jackson Dart? I have an opinion on most of these quarterbacks. Dart, I don't really yet. He could go first round. A lot are saying Jets make the playoffs before the Dolphins win a playoff game, to your question. So that's here in the chat. The Sportsman. Tua gets too much hate. He's always hurt. Haven't seen him where it matters most. But you don't see him where it matters most because he was, you saw him in the playoffs. How'd he do?
Who's that?
Tua.
I mean, he's okay in that Kansas City game. He was okay.
Yeah.
He didn't play in the Bills game. It was Skylar Thompson.
That was the one that he got away with it because the game was mostly over. But I think it was like down 18 with 6 minutes left, 4th and 15, and he checked it down. Like, I just want to get out of here.
11,000 capacity at Steinbrenner Field. 11,000. That's where the Blue Jays are playing. The Rays are playing all of their home games this year.
How different is that from
16,000 at Salem?
Wow. They could have had more. They could have had more here.
Mm-hmm.
They would have had to been, halfway across the country and playing in 40 degrees during the spring. Let's see. What else is going on in the chat, in the bullpen right now? They're talking about reading and how they read because I mentioned bringing a book to the game today. I don't think it's not crazy at all. You play around on your phone between pitches and between innings. Why not just, have Moneyball ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
Which was my book of choice for the month of March. When's the last time you saw Major League?
Ooh, actually, it was on not too long ago, but I was with Max at home, so I didn't want to watch it because it's not appropriate for his age. So I didn't keep it on.
Yeah. Major League is one of my favorite movies, like pre-1990. Not that I would be the expert on that topic. So, anyways, the bullpen, ladies and gentlemen.
So, Ovechkin is going to break Gretzky's record at some point here.
Yep.
What's interesting is they only have, I think, 10 games remaining. Got to count.
They have
maybe 9. Go to the Capital schedule. Starts with the Sabres.
They have played on the season as they are number 1 in the NHL, by the way. 72 games. They have 10
games left.
10 games left.
He needs 6 goals. His last 6 goals that he scored came over a 12-game span. He might not do this until October.
Right.
Right? By the way, so I've been thinking about him. I've been thinking about Gretzky a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many regular season games separate Gretzky and Ovechkin?
Games played?
Games played. Total regular season games. And by the way, I didn't realize how many people didn't know that playoff goals do not count. But people have been tweeting me this.
Playoff goals don't count.
It's a regular season record, just like all records in sports are regular season records.
I hope Capitals fans know that too. Like, imagine last game of the year, he's 1 goal away, and he doesn't get it, and then he scores in the first playoff game. Are there going to be Capitals fans that think he just broke the record?
I hope not.
Why is nobody celebrating?
I know.
Playoff goals don't count. I would bet that Ovechkin's played more.
Incorrect.
It is Gretzky more.
It is Gretzky
I know
more.
Gretzky had some injuries at the end of his career, right?
But Ovechkin also had lockouts.
Ovechkin had lockouts, and he missed games due to COVID, right? The COVID season got shut down.
Did Gretzky play through 39, 40 years old? I don't think he did.
Gretzky retired at, I think, 37 is the number in my mind with the Rangers.
Okay, Wayne Gretzky.
So Gretzky has played more.
I'm going to tell you, he's only played. It's literally a 5-game difference. That's it.
Oh, so
5.
Literally,
they played pretty much the exact same amount. In the next couple weeks, he will pass them in games played. Ovechkin, right?
Right.
So he's 6 goals away from breaking the record. And as always is pointed out, look, Gretzky, he played in the 80s. You've seen it, Joe. We talked about it.
Yep.
The goalies were flopping. They weren't going down. They were flopping around because they couldn't stand up half the time, it seemed like.
Yeah.
The pads were smaller, right?
Yep.
I get it. It was easier to score. I do want to point out, Gretzky played in an era you could not pass the puck over 2 lines. Okay?
That's true.
And he also played in much smaller rinks sometimes than we have now. Mm-hmm. The Aud was smaller. Boston Garden was smaller. There was no uniform rink size until later.
Right.
Like, I think that there's a little too much of Gretzky just played in this era where it was everybody scoring.
Yeah.
I also want to give him credit for being able to score in an era where it was also a tougher in some other ways.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It doesn't overrate or come over top of the goalie point, though, in my opinion. But it is a worthy one that, like, 2-line pass especially. I can't believe that rule ever existed.
I know. It's unbelievable.
I can't. It's on Crosby. Crosby really annoyed me like a year ago when, like, one of these All-Star game questions, like, what's a change to the game you might like to see? And everyone had like a fun answer, no one took it too seriously. And Crosby sat there and said, I'd like to bring the 2-line pass back.
Oh my God.
Like, Sid, dude, you're the face of the league. Do not say they should bring the 2-line pass back. That rule was horrific. I'm glad I didn't grow up really watching that rule. I mean, I was 9, 10 when they got rid of it.
Well, Pablo says in the chat the 2-line pass was not that big a deal. But it definitely impacted how you played the game. You couldn't get a guy stretching down the ice. I can't go back and see how many goals Ovechkin or Gretzky has had on a 2-line pass, Ovechkin, but it was a different kind of game.
Remember when
you had to play a half a rink, basically?
Remember when Dahlin threw that Hail Mary pass to Cousins on Ryan Miller night in overtime? Like all the way across the ice? That wouldn't have counted.
That's right.
That would have been a penalty. There would have been a whistle. Right? It would have been a whistle. Yeah, no. The other thing I was looking at between these two the other day, when Gretzky broke Gordie Howe's record, he was, I think I saw 33 years old. Oh, wow. Like, Gretzky, one thing that allows Ovechkin the opportunity to even break this record is Gretzky slowed down.
Yep.
He slowed down at the end. He scores 38 goals in 93-98. And then after that, it's 11, 23, 15, 25, 23, 9. Whereas Ovechkin is still out here on 50-goal paces at 39 years old. So he has, and that could be the era too, right? That is sports science allowing people to play longer, and
he still led the league.
The game probably isn't as physical as it was then, obviously.
Gretzky still led the league in assists at age 36 and 37.
All right, he was still doing that, I guess. He was still doing that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
and that is
yes.
See, it's mostly true. Gretzky played in an era that it was easier to score. The goalies didn't know what they were doing. The average goals per game was way higher, but not in those last couple of years. When he slowed down, that is the dead puck era. So, for instance, he leads the league in assists. He had 97 points. 96, 97. That's when, am I right on timeline? That's about when the trap is being introduced and goaltending is getting figured out. Hasek has arrived, right? And he's inspiring a bunch of goalies to play the position differently. So maybe the last couple of years when Gretzky isn't scoring goals, it was harder to score. Probably even than it is right now.
I'm looking at his, I always say it, if you go to his reference page and see all the emboldened assists and points, it's unbelievable.
His whole page is bold, which means on Hockey Reference that you led the league in that category.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. Him breaking the record is going to be, I think, for me, the coolest record I've ever seen broken in sports. LeBron beating the all-time points record, and Brady and Breeze going back and forth on the all-time passing records, and this one, to me, hits different because it's one that not everybody thought, or maybe most thought would never be broken. Everyone assumed the passing record would go down one day. The way the league was tracking, the passing record was going to go down. The NBA scoring record, the way scoring is up, 3-pointers are up in the NBA, maybe LeBron wouldn't have done it. I think most thought that record's going down. This record was supposedly unbreakable because of the era differences and whatnot. So to me, it's the coolest one that's going to get broken.
I mean, yeah. I know we got to go to break here. If you look at the NHL all-time leaders in points in a season, Okay, it goes Gretzky, 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 Lemieux, Gretzky, Gretzky, Lemieux, Gretzky, 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 Lemieux, Lemieux.
It's incredible.
It's amazing.
3 out of 4 years, he had 200 points.
Yeah.
92 in a season. That one's
goals.
That one is never getting touched. 212 is never getting touched. His assist record and point record is never getting touched. Yeah. This was the only Gretzky record that could have gone down. Right? There's no other one.
No one's ever touching the assist record, right? I mean, come on.
Oh no. None of his other records are anyone's coming near. But this was the one.
Yep.
If he doesn't do it this year, he will do it at the beginning of next year.
He'll be doing it at the beginning of next year. We don't have the schedule out yet.
No, they can. I've said this. They can manufacture the right matchup that they want. I don't know the NHL. You should trust them to do that.
Well, they already have the right matchup for him doing it this year. Maybe unintentionally. They're playing Sid in that rivalry with the Penguins the last game of the year.
In Pittsburgh, though.
Yes.
Which would be kind of funny if he did it in Pittsburgh, the home of his rival of his career. Extendo Sports, when we come back, we'll wrap things up, get it off to the Nortown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. That's coming up at 10. Hey, join us in the fight against cancer. Ride with Bulldog and me and WGR's Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 28th. Once you join our team, you will receive an email, pick up your T-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. If you're not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team. Support our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. So there is a report from Kevin Kurz, who covers the Flyers for The Athletic, that John Tortorella, who was dismissed yesterday, told from a team source that it's, quote, fair to say something happened between Cam York and John Tortorella in Toronto. Cam York, one of the Flyers players, that contributed to the coach's dismissal on Thursday morning. Was put to me that, quote, they probably both crossed the line, end quote. Did they fight? Did they fist fight?
I mean, York was dressed the other night, but didn't play a single second of the game.
Yeah. Like, I'm wondering, I mean, Tortorella could have said something that is discriminatory, or you never know. I'm not going to levy that allegation against him without any knowledge of it.
But what would York have done back?
What crosses the line that isn't physical? There are verbal things that could cross the line, but it could have been physical too. I don't know, but we'll see if we get any more details on it. Tortorella is, I mean, this is a guy that once tried to charge into the Calgary Flames dressing room. It was like 5 years ago, not that long ago, when he was the Canucks coach. There was a brawl, and then during intermission, he tried to barge into the Canucks dressing room to like fight the coach. I don't know. Anyways, no, I don't want John Tortorella on the Sabres. Although I did tweet out like a video of like, you know what? Screw it, let's do it. See how crazy things can get. Just hire him at this point. Hey, everyone is affected by cancer one way or another. Mention Ride for Roswell. You can help us support there. Also, the Ellicottville Chamber of Commerce is partnering with Labatt, creating an event where a majority of the proceeds will benefit the 11-day power play. So join us at the Par for a Purpose on May 19th. Play some golf in a foursome at Diamond Black, I got golf on the mind, sorry. Double Black Diamond Golf Course, Holiday Valley. Registration includes lunch, dinner, 2 drink tickets, greens fee, cart, prizes. Everyone loves a golf tournament. They're lots of fun. Visit WGR550.com/events to register now. That's it for me. I'm off next week. I'm going to D.C. for a couple of days and then to Charlotte. Check out the cherry blossoms, get some soccer, get some golf in, some warmer weather. So Jeremy will be back next week. He'll be in with Nate throughout the week, and by the time I'm back talking to you, we'll be into draft month in April. So enjoy the weekend, and I'll talk to you in about 10 days here on WGR. Stay tuned. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way next here on WGR.